Okay, and
Okay, cool. Thanks. All right. Good morning. Welcome to your last, final presentation of your work. Yeah. So congratulations on getting here. We're not done. We're going to talk more about jury, which, as we've been talking with the TAs, is going to look and feel a lot like this next week. But for today, this is the last deadline that is technically an assignment and technically graded this way. It's not true. There's like some peer feedback and a retrospective coming. But this is, in some sense, one of your like many finish lines in this class. So congratulations on getting here. But with that, I think they're all, it's okay. They're just barely holding on for the end of the semester. We need them for final presentation, all that stuff. All right, so. I feel like the number one.
yes, it is.
Four more people. Are we just standing or sitting? Okay, we need 4 people. Come on down. You know, pick a picture that speaks to you. If you give enough games, everybody should be able to play something. We'll see. Something might try big over here.
Okay,
Alright. What do I need? I need some space.
Thank you. What's that, beer or cup?
I think it's beer,
Oh, beer.
right?
Oh.
Oh, champagne. I mean, not to stereotype of chefs right now. Okay, you ready? Let's do it. I got the keyboard. Okay. All right, give us a spiel.
Okay, cool. Hi friends. So in this game, you are one of 6 brain cells of a person, and collectively, you're trying to collect as much energy as you can to survive the day. In order to do so, as a singular brain cell, you can only accomplish a singular task. To accomplish your specific task, you have to be at the front of the line when the task is coming at you. So you are at the front of the line and you keep your specific task to make sure that you accomplish it.
All right.
60. We got to score.
We have.
Okay. Can I? How do I get in here? I get it. Mouse.
Time to walk.
Okay, let's see if we can get better at it.
Okay. Alright. Back.
Way back.
Back.
Baby got.
I know, like the timing of like front and back and stuff, but I think we did much better.
Oh, we did that? Yeah, we did a lot better.
Look at that.
475. Whoa. Okay. Okay, let's talk about it.
All right. Well, we played it twice.
We did.
Which is a really good sign. And I think you can sort of tell just by the fact that we were shouting a lot that it was pretty engaging.
Yeah.
The 6 guests felt really good. The basic gameplay still works. The escalation of having things coming from behind was definitely an escalation point. And I think to our credit and to the world's credit, we got better the second time we played it, which sort of like speaks to there's this difficulty to it, which is I wouldn't say we were good at it, but you could feel a little bit of like it was kind of our fault for failing at times. And there's moments where I was like, this is a little unfair, but it was like enough in our space for our own control that I was like, I would like to try it again and beat the score, which I think is a really good place to end up. Yeah, I mean, overall, it was fun to play.
So there's like 3 levels, right? There's the intro where you do a little bit, and then there's the second one where it's just in the front, and then there's front and back. Yeah, I think that's mostly. It's like a pretty good interest curve.
Yeah, I mean, I think my only reaction is the ending is a bit of a surprise. And so there's a timer going down, and I had to very consciously look at the timer to like have a sense of when it was going to end. And if I were iterating this, I would think about, can you have one last escalation around the timer ending? Like, do some of the icons glow and they give you extra bonuses, but just some little extra thing of like, okay, if you can do this, you get a lot more points and stuff like that. There's a little bit, it feels like it's procedural, like the icons are generated, and there's definitely moments where they come at you in patterns that are kind of impossible, which isn't horrible.
No.
But
it means you have to choose to get one of them instead of both of them, which is fine.
Yeah.
There was a time in the middle, I was the arm. There was a time in the middle that it felt like a long time went without me getting any of my symbols. So I sort of wonder if there's if it's purely random, you might look at whatever the algorithm is that's generating your randomness and see
do like a progressively weighted random where things that are.
Has something coming up semi-regularly, so you feel like everybody's involved.
How did you feel about just one button as a way to get to the?
I think it works.
Yeah, the control between getting to the front and to the back is definitely interesting because you can, yeah, like it's much harder to get back to the back, it feels like.
Well, because you have to wrap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think in some sense it's not really. Like I think just mentally it is in my head.
It's just one step further.
Yeah.
I mean, the jockeying at the front is really funny though.
Yeah.
Right? Because especially when you have multiple symbols coming in a row, like trying to be in there, like, because you can't really communicate exactly with the person next to you to time it well.
Yeah, like I think the move I felt we could execute on was there are two icons coming, and the icon at the front is ready, and then the next person is right behind them.
Racing up from the back.
And is like-
trying to get the next
and is
one,
like-
but then overshoots and grabs
Yeah.
the wrong one. And so
Yeah.
they get neither of them. That one's really fun.
But yeah, I mean, like the mechanics are nice and simple, and they create some really good social dynamics.
Yeah.
And I think all I would really do if you wanted to spend any more time on this would be like just use that and celebrate a bit more.
I did want to see more, especially once you got to see front and back. I wanted to be zoomed out a little so you could see like the next three shapes coming on both sides. That's just a complaint for me as a player, though. You can decide as a designer how mean you want to be.
Well, and I also had the reaction, which was it was hard to position myself with that much anticipation.
Yes.
It was sort of like I kind of need to like wait until the icons are pretty close to make my move
Right.
because other people are moving, but then like everyone's kind of doing that.
But the weird thing is like you kind of want to stay in the middle.
Yeah.
Right? But everybody can't be in the middle
No.
at once, right? And so there's
Yeah.
constant like maneuvering around each other is tough. But yeah.
Yeah, no,
That's good.
good work.
Yeah. Next team, come on up. We need 2 players who have not previously played something, who are not on this team. Come on down. No, it's totally fine. Dave, you want to sit first, and we'll stamp on buttons first, and then we'll switch. You can octopi. Oh, Dr. Crab, my favorite drink. Krabby Patty flavored soda. Okay. Looks like you're in the middle, Jerry. Oh, need to look over your shoulder.
Yeah, you three are controlling the crowd.
How have the controls changed from the last time? Is it the same?
It's the same.
Okay, so we all have to 3-step at the same
No,
time?
no, no, no. Now you can break whatever order and timing. You just 3 buttons push.
All have to be pushed down at the same time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You
Okay.
have to.
Okay.
Here. You're controlling the octopus. So now is holding the button, the energy bar will fill up, and when it's full, you can shoot the crab.
do it.
Yeah.
That's dramatic. Stop, everybody stop. I don't know. Dave's watching us. We're already down by 2 craps. That worked. No. Yeah. We'll probably have to play it a few times.
So we have to like hold to.
Hold 3 buttons.
All the 3 buttons have to be held at the same time.
Oh, get it.
Okay.
Okay.
I was finding that my default was to just press the button down, so I was ready whenever anybody else was ready to hide. I don't know if that worked.
Does it do anything if you're just holding it down when no one else is?
No, so all of you have to be holding down in order to break the time.
Okay. Get it.
Okay.
We need to cooperate to hide.
I'm just wondering if we can default, I'm just speaking for Team Crab here, if we can default for putting your foot down and then just popping it a little bit when we need to move so we're ready when Dave zaps us. What do you think? Should we try it?
Yeah, that's a good strategy.
We'll see if it works.
If someone pressing the button, you cannot move actually. So
Okay, we'll see. Alright, I think, are we supposed to be able to see what Dave's doing on this screen here? Okay, here we go. Go. 1, 2, 3, sprint! No, we missed that one. Ready, set, break! Everybody break, everybody! Ready, set, break! Focus on the bow. Okay, we've got 1 more crap than we did last time. Okay, break, everybody break. Dave's waiting for us. Dave's waiting. Okay, go. Go, break. Break. Got the pieces of this octopus trap. Okay, here we go. Break, everybody break. Okay, let's go. Everybody break.
I did not deserve that.
Okay. You want to switch, Dave, or do you want to play it again? Yeah. Now you have the veteran players. I know, wait, how does this work? You ready? How do we start it? Restart it. How do we restart it? Here we go. No, it's fine. You should watch it every time.
All right, so wait, how does this work? I'm green.
Yeah, you're green and yellow.
You're on the switch. You ready?
Left.
Break. Break.
right. I mean, first off,
It's really fun.
It's really fun, and the animation and the cutscenes do a lot to like just how we feel about it. You did a great job setting up the octopus as being just an asshole, and so like that. The question of why are we fighting is like completely answered.
Yeah.
And I think it does a good job of like setting up the tension between the two
It
roles.
doesn't quite explain why the octopus can fire lasers out of its eye. You might want to figure out some way in the intro to explain that, because otherwise it's weird. But
It's weird.
Everybody watching it will understand. It's just that if you have a break in festival and nobody has seen another team play and walks in, they'll be like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah. I mean, so part of what sells is like the sound effects are really good. Like the laser zapping is really satisfying.
Yep.
So like just that, yeah, though it's weird, I would say it's believable because the world just sort of like makes it real.
It's fine.
I would like the gameplay works really well. It feels like it's decently balanced.
Yeah.
Like there's a little bit of like the tension of the octopus like trying to like hold and wait, and the hermit crab like defending feels pretty good. I think the only thing I would like iterate is the clarity of like the thresholds. It's like it's just a little surprising when you get to like the cutscenes, and so I kind of wanted more visible boundaries of when you get to this spot, you're safe, and when you get to this spot, you're safe, and things like that. Because that's basically what those three things are. Is like you're trying to get to these destinations, and since the world is mostly just about telling the story of the scenery, you don't have any information about this is like mechanically where I'm trying to get to. And so like the distance to the bow and to the string is farther away than I would have expected, and so it's a little surprising. But that's sort of like probably like the most usable thing I was like feeling was like I just wanted to have better clarity with that. Yeah, I think I also a little bit like I wanted to have better clarity between a hit and a miss, but once I learned it, I kind of got it. And then I think playing it, I mean, I liked the communication we sort of needed with the group. I was a little, after doing the foot pedals once, I didn't quite know what I was doing still, because like this pedals flash, but there isn't a good connection between I push my pedal, my button, and something happened with the crab. And it felt a little bit like if you kind of get it right, then the crab keeps moving. And like that's kind of a loose level of feedback. And I sort of wanted like, if I would do anything, I'd have like a little like, sparkle, like a little bit of a musical or like sound effect when you did a correct foot pedal input, just so I had like reinforcement that I did the right thing.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel like I was mostly trying to hold it down and then kind of just like bouncing on it whenever
Yeah.
I thought it might be my turn, right? And that's okay, but it felt more button mashy than I was like strategically trying to hit like when it showed the foot on my side, right?
Yeah.
Also, crabs don't have feet, which was a little bit weird, but I guess there are feet that are symbolized
Sure.
on the thing. So yeah. But yeah. So I do think I think feedback would probably fix most of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just to be like, green player advance, spling, or something, right? Like would be enough to get you through.
Because actually the octopus has pretty good feedback. I can
Yeah.
see like when it gets to the end of the meter, like the laser goes off.
Yeah.
So I get that. There's definitely, I would also want some feedback on when is the cooldown done. So like there's a cooldown, but I can't start, and I'm just sort of like guessing. And that's most of like the iteration of this world is just adding
You mean
little
the laser cooldown after you fired?
after you fire the laser cooldown. Yeah, like just those little bits of feedback which help me know like this worked and this didn't work and stuff like that. But that's because the overall structure is really solid, and like the framing of this, you did a really good job of balancing sort of like storytelling and gameplay. It doesn't feel like there's too much.
Yeah.
And it reinforces what we're doing.
As a crab player, I find myself looking at Dave's screen to see where he was on the charge bar. And I don't know if it was just easier for me to see it here than it was on the big screen, right? But I was trying, like, I think we were trying to time ourselves to like duck whenever we thought Dave was going to trigger the laser,
Yeah.
right? And so there was something about the placement of the interface that made it easier for me to look at it on this screen than to look up there. So I was spending my whole time looking at this screen, not that one instead.
Yeah.
But yeah,
No, I was definitely looking at the screen too.
yeah.
But I think it was mostly fine.
Yeah, yeah.
I really like the little picture-in-picture of the crab. I wasn't using it initially. I was mostly watching actually the far crab.
Yeah, yeah.
But then I noticed like there's a little like zoom thing. So there's a lot of little touches that were working really well.
Right, like, because like theoretically, if you're not looking at the screen, you can kind of see what the crab's doing up here in the corner, right? And that was really nice.
Yeah, I mean, basically the whole idea of 1 versus 3, you feel it like it's working really well as who won. Like, did the octopus win or the crab win? And so that feels really good. It feels like you want a rematch and stuff like that. So all that's working. It's just the little details of a little bit of extra feedback to clarify how it goes.
And in terms of introducing the eye laser, like part of me is like, I love the tentacle slapping the crab so much, but you really want, I think, the tentacle to grab the shell and then for the crab to get eye lasered off into the distance so you can establish that's what the main threat is. Does that make sense, right? So if you have like, you grab the shell and then there's a shot of the octopus eye going, and then it goes, right? Then you'll be like, oh, the octopus has an eye laser, right? But I don't know, that would just be the easiest way I can think of to streamline the opening to establish the laser as the main threat. Though I love the tentacle slap. So I'm like, how can you have both a tentacle slap and an eye laser?
And you just have it slap and laser shoot at the exact same time.
It's a combo move.
Well, I mean, clearly what the octopus would do is it would slap the crab into the air.
Right, and then
zap
laser
it out of the air with the laser. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a Mortal Kombat move, basically, right? Yeah. You dumb it up in the air and then, yeah. Okay, cool. But thanks,
Anyway,
team. Yeah, that's
No,
good.
It was really good. Good work.
Yeah, the tentacles for juggling, right?
And next team, 14-9.
Is it still 2 players? Do we need more? 4. 2 volunteers not on this team. Come on down. High-tech labels on people.
High-tech, massive.
Okay, so is it these 3 and this one and these 3 and that one?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'm one of these tiny buttons.
So I'll be up here on a knob.
Yes.
Okay.
So we need 2 people on, one person on each knob, and then 1 person for these 4 keys.
Gotcha.
4 keys. Okay. You want to be knob or keys?
I'll be.
Okay, here we go.
Sorry. And then we'll
Let's see if I can see through Dave's butt.
Yeah. I'll get down though.
we'll begin. Hold on. Is sound working? We'll see if sound is working. Yes, it is.
Excellent. Yeah. Whew.
Whoa, that's a lot of interface. Missing a good dream related messages to feel energy.
Turn.
To everything.
Press both nightmare keys together to block a nightmare when it enters the ring.
What's the nightmare key? Is that the black one?
Yes.
Okay.
Ironically, the white one.
The white one, the black dot. Okay. So we have to both press the nightmare keys to hit a nightmare, and then we have to press a colored dream key. Okay.
All right.
See if we can spam all of them like we did last time.
Let's press pad bank 1.
Pad bank 1. You got one of these?
That
One
one.
of these?
That one.
This one?
This one. I think. All right.
Okay, here we go.
I'm the inner ring.
Which one am I? I'm Dave. You're on the outside.
I'm the inner ring.
You're the inner ring.
All right.
You're the outside ring, so just spam the buttons when you get a thing near the outside.
Whoa. missing a bunch. All right, here we go. Just get these right here. Ah, blue, blue,
Green on the outside.
blue. Ah,
So you're on the
Green.
outside,
blue.
and you're choosing the color theoretically, but I just usually hit them all at the same time. That's what works mostly.
All right, here come these quick. Blue coming in slow. Greens, pink, double pink, green. Okay. Oh, nice, nice. All right, green, green, green.
You guys.
I'm going to the right side here.
Okay.
Green and pink. Oh, they're warping in now. All right, grabbing these. Ah! There we go.
48 seconds. It's gonna escalate probably.
Nice, nice, nice.
Feels a little.
Comes green.
The art is amazing.
I feel like the dragon is approving of our work here.
Nice swing, man.
Green. It's green. The blue. The pink's coming in. One's coming hot. Oh!
If we get in the middle, we have to double hit the nightmare key at the same time, right? It's time.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Can the other team set up? Yeah, I mean, so first off, like the tone of this, the art of it is really lovely.
Art's amazing. It still feels a little more frantic in the gameplay than the music and the art sounds, but I think
Yeah.
that's okay.
Yeah.
I've kind of gotten over it.
Part of me, I mean, I like the turning because the world feels sort of smooth,
Yeah.
both like visually and with the audio. So I think it kind of worked with that. And there was definitely a decent number of moments where, because like we were basically, it was like sort of two teams of two.
Yeah.
And sort of feeling like you're in sort of sync and catching stuff.
Yeah.
Felt like a good team accomplishment.
It did. It feels mostly like you're working in pairs.
Yeah.
Right? Like I didn't feel like we were coordinating our actions with the other team that much.
Yeah.
But we sort of ended up sharing space
Well,
and stuff like that.
But I think the fact that the other team is the outer ring and we were the inner ring,
Right.
kind of like,
forces you to coordinate a little.
yeah, basically like I'm watching where they're going and I'm going to sort of pick up like where they're not, and I'm watching to see like what should be in their range, and so I think there was like an informal separation of tasks that worked
Yep.
really well. The nightmare stuff didn't come into play for us.
Yeah, so nightmares only spawn in when you go below a certain amount.
Gotcha. Okay. And then when they do that, you have to like push a special key. Well, I think that's would be the place I'd look for iteration is,
Yeah.
you sort of mentioned it while we were doing it, it felt a little long.
Partially because we were doing too well, I think, right?
Yeah.
And so I think if there's a way to escalate near the late part of the middle towards the end, right? So that you definitely get at least one nightmare so that they have to coordinate that.
Yeah.
Because what you don't want is people to get through the whole experience and not even know nightmares exist, right? So I think I would escalate more. I think we were doing pretty well, I thought, without a lot of practice. Yes, we kind of knew the concept from before, and so naive guests will take a little longer. But if it's easier in the middle and then really hard at the end, then I think that...
The place I would want some better feedback is just how well are we doing?
Right.
Because I thought
How
we
was
were-
it supposed to end? Because it clearly wasn't supposed to have that crazy sound thing.
It was supposed to just cut to that screen and that would be it. I have no idea why it did that.
Okay. But I think we need a score, right? And especially because that'll encourage repeat players and people to try to do better and stuff like that too. So I would find some way of scoring the team.
Yeah, and I would want the idea of success and failure to be a little clearer, because I felt we were catching them.
Yeah.
And then some would go through, but I'd never had a good sense of like how bad them going through was.
That's true.
And so I wasn't too sure, like, did it become a little less focused? Okay, so it got fuzzier if you're doing poorly. And so I think just part of this is the feedback of the world is very continuous. So the difference between like one miss versus the next miss is hard to tell.
Yeah.
And it seems like at some point you get to a threshold where things are kind of bad. And I would want a bit more of like...
I really like the falling star inclusion, though. It was clear that some of them were moving like comets,
Yeah.
streaky, and some were kind of floating along. So that variation in what you had to do was good. It made, at least Dave had to rethink strategy, right? In terms
Yeah,
of like,
I mean-
this one's moving faster, so I have to catch that one before I do this other
Yeah,
one.
I definitely had, I think, well-designed moments where some of the stars showed up early, but they were slow. And so I would commit to them, an overcommit, and then like fast ones would come in. And then I learned, no, I should react to like the speeds as opposed to just the locations.
Yeah.
So it was like, I think overall the basic structure of how stuff was working was really good. Like I said, we said sort of separate the teams well. So if I were like to add anything, it'd be clearer feedback on good and bad and overall progress, and then something to escalate the interest curve once you get a little bit farther in. And there's a little bit of like challenge, which is if you have things appear when you're doing poorly, like it's a little bit of like getting extra stuff to worry about when you're already struggling. And so like I might consider like that, how you balance the difficulty and like be like, if you're doing really well, that's kind of when nightmares show up. It doesn't make sense thematically, but it might be an interest curve thing you think about is like you bring that in.
I mean, one thing that you could do is, depending on how the player is doing, you could escalate differently based on the score, right? So if you're like, if you got to this point and your score is between here and here, we escalate that much. If your score is between here and here, we escalate this much, right? And so you sort of have a sense of how well they're doing, and then essentially it sort of makes the score like less linear and more exponential. Does that make sense, right? But so you have to be doing well in the beginning to get enough stars later on to get more points because you have to try to catch all of them. But it also makes it more difficult, right? I don't know, just thinking about how you're gonna adjust difficulty, I think would be the main thing to think about, yeah.
Yeah, but man, I kind of want the art as like a desktop background. Like,
Yeah,
it's
no,
like
the art is
the
amazing.
feel of this,
And
just like,
the little bits of movement are
Yeah.
subtle enough, but the cool part is because you're staring at the screen the whole time.
Yeah.
And the last time we did this, the background was more subtle, and I found myself not really looking at it that much. But this time, it wasn't distracting. It felt enriching, right?
Yeah.
Because as you were staring at it, it started to do things, and you were like, oh,
Yeah.
which was really cool. So congrats on that.
No, like you get a great job setting up an atmosphere and a feeling, and so it's just like it's a little bit of like
Yeah. The
Making-
sound is also still really good.
yeah. So it's just like a little bit of like the interest curve, getting the escalation, and then getting some feedback of like clear success and failure. But man, it was fun to play, and I like the use of the keyboard. The knobs were nice and satisfying. I think you were still using a strategy, which was a bit of a. Does feel a bit
I
of an
think it's
exploit,
okay,
but it's
actually.
okay.
I think it's okay that some people are gonna like hit it
Yeah.
on the dot, and I was just like, I'm just
yeah.
gonna arpeggio this thing until I get
Yeah.
the right color.
So
That way my kids can still play it without
Yeah.
failing, right? So
Cool.
I think that's fine.
anyway, good work.
Thank you.
Two more people who have not previously played, who are not on this team, come on down.
Two more players. One player should have confidence in speaking. One should have confidence.
Jose, you already played. Let's get some women coming down. Come on down. Yes. It's not public humiliation, I promise. Reject everybody who's ever told you are bad at video games. I don't know, where do you want me to be? Okay.
David Johnson, please decide the one who will control the action and who will control the speaking. Yeah, it's battle.
I would say like the opening screen is like, yes, I want to do whatever this is.
Don't touch that one.
All right.
Actually, Davis wants to speak, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, I'm speaking to the
Don't
controller.
touch anything.
Don't touch anything on the controller.
Yeah. Let's play the cutscene.
Okay.
That's us. I'm Navi. Hey.
Okay, let us do the settings.
Ultra was a guy. Yes, the ritual of selecting the microphone input. Fireball. Alright, look at those fireballs. Ice arrow. Ice arrow. That's close enough. Oh yeah, sure. Shield. All right. All right. Sure. Yeah. I've got some weird spells here. Ooh, whoa. Fireball. Shields. Now, if I say another spell, will it add to what it? I don't know how. If I don't know if I say something else, what will that will do?
Whoa, what is that? I want that.
Lightning.
Wait, I can
Poop?
do fire and shield at the same time. Whoa. Whatever that is, I want that. Give me that thing. Oh, you're gonna play that.
Purple.
Wait, their shield only has 2 charges? Who says who?
What is Torture Chris and Harry Potter? What is Torture Chris and Harry Potter? What? Crucio. Is that doing something? Oh, you got something. I guess you got something good there.
Combo slash?
Health. Oh, wait. What's the most unforgivable spell? Avada Kedavra?
I gotta heal.
Oh man.
Oh, error rate. Oh, that's got a cooldown.
Hook.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Weak ball.
What's weak ball? Oh, is it like dash?
What?
Voldemort? No? Snape. Who's half?
Footprint spell is, what is it, Septum
Septum Sacrum.
Oh, lightning.
Oh. What's the purple one?
The shield thing is not my favorite.
Shield?
How are you doing better than me? I feel like I'm just shooting. You're using fire. It's not This is basic.
All right.
Cool.
Cool.
Well done, team. So, the art got way better. Love the pixel art.
Yeah, no, the look and feel of the game is super good.
The level is really good.
Um,
I feel like I want the level to be slightly more varied. Right now, you basically have trees is the only thing that's sort of giving you tactical choices, and then the walls of the places. So I want something that's like slightly bigger than a dot that I have to move or maneuver around, or something to create a little bit more variance in this space, or maybe a hole that I can't run over but that I can shoot across. Like some slight variation, I think, in the terrain would be really helpful.
At the same time, like it does feel like it's just 1v1, like
It
it's all
is.
about the other person. So
Yep.
The level design puts the focus on like all the attacks.
Right. I'm just saying I want
Yeah,
a
a little bit more.
little tiny bit more, not
Yeah.
too much more, just a little bit. Yeah.
The spell book was helpful at the beginning. I started to get unsure what to do, and I wasn't, and so that I was looking for a little bit more guidance on like the escalation of it. And so like I think we got hinted at there's definitely like some spells we didn't get, and I didn't know what to guess for them. And part of it just like I was like a little bit struggling on the feedback of did I get it right or wrong, and so it was a little tricky to know if the thing I said connected to something, and so most of it like when it worked I got it, like some of the really clear ones, yes, that was good, but I lost a little bit of like a sense of did I get this spell and how do I get it back, and then is it good? I think you were sort of asking the question of why are we losing, which was how powerful are these things?
Yeah.
And I think that's another piece of the feedback that would be helpful is like Fireball is actually not that powerful. And so when we got a different spell, it was hard to know how much better it was and that we should go back to
You
it.
could
and stuff
sort
like
of tell by the damage on the screen. Part of the problem was when the shields are up, you can't read the damage, right? Which makes it hard to know if you don't hit people what the difference between the spells is. That was one thing I noticed. The other thing I noticed is when you give the fighting player the choice of whether to select the next spell or not, it really makes the impact of the player who's saying the spell less, right? I feels like you should go back to when it was like whatever Dave has said last is the weapon that I have, right? And I can only have one at a time, because right now it feels like I'm in more control of the fight, right? And you're just handing me the next weapon that I could use if I wanted to, but it doesn't really directly impact what I'm doing.
On the other side of that,
Yeah.
like the question in my head was, do I have the freedom to explore?
Right, or are
and
you
try to find things?
hosing me every time
or
when
like
you mess
so
up?
like I think there's definitely tension between
Yeah.
if I fail, how much does that impact you?
Right.
And can I sort of like go and look for more spells?
Right.
While you're still armed with stuff.
What I
And
felt
so-
like I was doing was just ignoring Dave and letting Dave doing whatever he wanted to do to try to get me better spells, and just trying to fight as best I could with the weapons that I had.
Yeah, and the places where I felt like the connection was getting the most interesting was things were like, hey,
I want that.
I want that.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
that I think that motivation was like the one that was where this world really comes together really well.
Yep.
But I didn't know what to do with that.
Yeah, like how to get the weapon that the other team had.
And I think that would be a little bit of a question of, is there a way, and one thing I could see doing is like making the experience a little bit more obvious. Now there's a weird little thing which is like, we are exploring and discovering it entirely in isolation. And so watching other people do it, like the exploration might be different.
It'll be different.
But an example of this would be, if I could effectively see what the other wizard is casting, then you could be like, oh, they just cast this, can you get that for me?
I mean, we can, right? We can see what the other wizard is
Well,
casting.
I meant like actual like the keywords, something like that. Like actually
Oh, okay.
bringing more clarity of like, how might have they gotten that?
Oh, okay.
And I guess that there is a little bit of like, how would we connect the I like that, I want that,
Yeah.
to getting it?
Right.
And I wasn't too sure, because I'm not necessarily watching the battles directly, and I think that'd be
Right.
one question I'd have is like in playing and iteration, how do you make that connection happen?
I mean, one thing I wonder too is having more of a paper, scissors, rock triangle between the weapons, right? So you constantly want a different weapon than the one that you've got, but I don't know, right? It mostly just feels like now that you have the whole experience working, you just need to iterate on polishing the little bits of it, right?
Yeah.
Which you might not have gotten a chance to do yet. And so for Festival, I think just making it work both for people who sat down and have no idea what it is, right, who haven't been able to watch other people play, and for people who've watched the last 3 people play and know exactly how to play, like making sure it works for both of those very different kinds of audiences, I think is the main thing. Yeah.
I will say, just like the role of like talking, I liked it. I like the feeling of trying to discover stuff. I like the feeling of you were dependent on me of effectively gathering spells to be effective. I liked the idea that there were more powerful spells out there, and that was kind of my job was to find that stuff.
The other thing that felt weird was I found myself accidentally dropping spells that I might have wanted, right? By essentially, because what the button on the side does is essentially trash the spell that you have, right? And then take whatever the next spell is that Dave's preloaded. And so it might have been nice to have like a sound effect or a visual effect that really is like, you are ripping up that spell and throwing it away and taking the next one. Because right now it feels like you're switching between weapons or something, like in a fighting game, right? But that's not really what's happening. Like you can't circle back around to the weapon you drop, right? You're kind of, like Dave is essentially lining up a sequence, right? And then I'm just like trashing them in order, right?
Yeah.
So some little piece of feedback that makes that part more evident might be nice.
Well, and that would
Or if you give Dave control over which spell I have somehow, that would be really cool, right? So you're both yelling into the controller and they're the one swapping the spells. Because then literally is like, Dave, I want Arrow Rain or whatever. And he's like, Arrow Rain. And then he's like keying it up. Do you know what I mean? So that might make it feel a little bit more balanced too.
Yeah, and I'll admit, I think this sort of gets to a little bit. It's like I just want some clear feedback of what I'm controlling. Like I didn't really know there was a cue,
Yeah.
like what that meant, and so I lacked a little bit of confidence in exactly what would happen when I set a spell and it registered.
Yeah.
And it goes with like the Harry Potter spell.
Right.
I didn't know if that would be an immediate trigger or if it would like become a spell for you.
What would you think if you had a longer queue, like you had 5 spells or something, and every so often you'd get shit ones because you like said the wrong one, and then you would just try to trash those as fast as you could and get to the later ones or something.
I mean, part of it's like the clarity of what that would, clarity of that and my control of that would be the main thing I'd want.
Yeah.
And
So maybe just a little bit more balance between the players in that regard might be.
but fundamentally,
But everything mostly works and
Yeah,
it's fun.
like,
So
it is surprisingly complicated.
yes.
There's sort of like a lot of thinking going on, which is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
It did last a long time. Like the battle we played was, I think, longer.
I would rather it be shorter and have it have rounds, right? Like it's a fighting game or something, right? So it's like it'd be nice if it felt like every action had more of an impact.
Yeah. But I mean,
Yeah.
overall, like this is
Just iterate what you've got because mostly it's working now.
yeah, like it's very much like the core of it is working. It's definitely, you have some complexity that you're going to need, I think, clear feedback so the guests can get into it quickly. If I'm thinking about jury, like they're going to look at this from a fairly naive guest experience, and your goal is 4 jury members sit down and they have like a very satisfying duel. They probably won't get to the depth of everything. And so like what is that jury battle that you want to have happen? One of the big strengths of this is like you have a lot of really good pieces. So like it's really clear like if you wanted to like focus on this, how to make this better, I think there's good clarity of that. But for jury, it's going to be a fairly like, one match to say like this is really compelling. It was really helpful that you knew more Harry Potter than I did. That might be one thing to think about for jury is can you have those shared prompts be a little bit more universal? And it's gonna be like if you get two people who are like who know Harry Potter really well, they'll be like, we got this.
Right.
And if you get two people who are like,
problem is the references are going to be really hard, right?
Yeah.
It's like if it's like Arrow Rain and it's like, then we will fight in the shade, right? And that's like a 300 reference that only some people are going to get, right? So I don't know, right?
yeah. So I think the iteration question is like, think about like the audience is the jury and how they'll play this. Yeah.
If you just describe the icon, if you don't know the spell, you can still get the dark spell from Harry Potter. Describe the icon.
Yeah, and I guess, and the thing that I struggled with speaking is I didn't have there was no feedback on am I close, right? So I think I said like the purple, like I said purple. And I didn't know if that was going in a good direction or not. Because, and like this is like from the speaking side, I wasn't getting good feedback on right or wrong. It was like I heard this and then I didn't know what happened. And so that moment of it heard something and then something happens, I was missing. And so I didn't know like what happened if I got something wrong. And I didn't know if there's any idea of being close. And so when I sort of felt like saying the color of the icon just wasn't a strategy. So I backed away from describing it. And so I learned, I think, possibly the wrong thing there. And if you want me to be able to describe stuff, the feedback needs to like teach me a little bit that that's a good strategy. But like fundamentally, like the structure of this was working, I think, surprisingly well. And yeah, like I think there's some like feedback things to think about for jury, and think about that match. And I think you want the match to be shorter for jury as well. Cool.
Yep, of course. Next.
There's every spell we made has a backdoor. So you can see every spell that we made has a Harry Potter spell. So if you say incendio, you get a Harry, for example. We intentionally make it. I think
Eight worlds out of and that's so it's interesting like are building up
We need two people
We need two more
to
players.
assume the mantle of God.
What?
Choose your kingdom.
Choose your kingdom.
Oh, I'm the.
You're the forest god?
I'm the Citadel.
You're the citadel.
Yeah, we okay. After.
It looks so weird. Enter the elevator. Take
Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
All right.
Okay. I kind of wonder know if the spy gives you points like a caravan, because otherwise you'd know what it was a spy.
It does.
Okay, good. I would say not just looks. Well, okay, let's get to that.
All right. Long press to start the game.
Yeah.
We can gather up your rules and
Day one.
or you can hold it forever.
Oh,
I see there's symbols on them now. I don't see any reason not to trust all of you. I think you seem like very upstanding people. How many days are there? Did we tell us?
There's 5.
5. Okay.
Alright.
It's weird that the caravan has a heart a little bit, but I guess it reminds you of the
Alright, and then we press hold to lock it in? Or what? Or do we wait?
Long press.
Okay. Boom.
Somebody was paranoid first round. Death. Heartbreak. Man, all of you hate me.
You look suspicious.
I mean, it's the crowd, right?
Hey, wait too. I should have known Dave would betray me. Curse your sudden and inevitable betrayal.
I feel like that point's not really betrayal.
Okay. Oh, do you still have a wall from last turn? Does that mean you get a bonus wall? Heartbreak Hotel. I don't know, man.
Oh, man.
After what happened last
Really harsh.
time. Okay, who's winning? Aha. I don't know, Jose. I think we can try again. I'm willing to forgive the last 2 heartbreaks. Dave, I can never trust ever. But that's fine. Wait, spies are now active? I didn't even notice that.
Alright, that's good.
How do you expect me to trust you when you're not trustworthy? Jose and I are going for mutually assured victory here.
Yeah. No truths.
Until he spies on me.
I do not know what the spy does. Here's my overall reaction. There you go.
Dave, I'm going to send you a sign of goodwill after your horrible, horrible betrayal in the early part of the game.
I feel like if it's the opening move, it can't really be betrayal. It just sort of like set the ground for me.
that how you feel about it?
I'll take the second goodwill. I feel like everyone deserves goodwill in this round. It's day 4. There's enough fighting.
Dave's turning over a new leaf.
That's right. Never too late.
Never too late to start all over again. Last turn coming up, is that right? Yeah. Limited to certain options now. That's fun. Did y'all get this? What? The last round you're limited to certain choices.
You can only ever build 2 walls. You shouldn't be limited beyond that.
Ah, I see.
Alright.
Man.
Good job, Jonathan.
Thanks.
Stop.
Yeah, it feels like what you want is to be nice to people in the beginning and then wall yourself off so nobody can destroy your point total.
I don't know how the spy works. I don't know how the walls work.
Oh, really? I used to spy on you and I got to see what you were going to do.
I use a spy and I didn't get to see what was.
The
I don't-
spy
I was
only
just
works
asking.
if someone else sends a caravan at you.
Gotcha.
What happens if you send 2 spies?
You can
You
only ever send one.
You can only ever
No,
send
I'm saying if it's spy versus
Oh,
spy.
it still works. You can
Okay.
spy on it.
Yeah. I never knew, like, sometimes a caravan would get denied by a wall, sometimes it wouldn't. I
Oh,
guess.
really?
Well, I guess it's.
Oh, because the-
caravans only work if they're caravan to caravan?
Yes.
Yeah, the weird thing is the weird thing with the walls, right, is they're against everybody, but they're still kind of pointed at particular people. That part's a little
Yeah.
bit confusing.
I think 3/4 of my decision, I didn't know what I was doing in playing this.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't really know like what might happen and why I might do stuff.
Oh, okay. I felt pretty good about my decisions.
Yeah. Like, I guess part of it was I just didn't really know.
So you want to get points by having successful caravans with other players, right? In order to do that, you have to overcome their inherent fear that you're going to betray them, right?
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, the difference between a wall and a catapult is pretty clear, though, because, like, a wall you could just kind of put up and have an excuse that you, like, didn't really totally trust them, but it doesn't actively hurt them, right? So, like, walls are sort of, like...
Well, I think part of it was
between,
I
right?
didn't know. I think it wasn't clear at times exactly what was sent my way.
Oh, okay.
So like the difference between a wall and
Yeah, being sent a wall is really confusing now. 'Cause
Yeah.
what it looks like is it looks like nothing happens and then the other person builds a wall.
So I wasn't really tracking very well what was being sent my way
Mhm.
because of that.
I feel like the wall needs like a hammer icon or something that you see and then it goes like and then the wall appears or something, right? So that way at least you have a visual signal that you were sent a wall, because otherwise it's hard to read that feedback.
Yeah, the plan was to have the selections that you pick revealed and then move into the unit locations and spawn them, but we didn't have time to get to that.
No, that's totally fine. And I don't think you need to have units, right? I just think you need a symbol for the wall so you can see where it's directed. But the walls are still weird in the sense that, like, it's not like you just build a wall here, right? You build a wall around the whole thing that protects you from everyone, right? Which still feels a little bit weird. That may be a balance thing that you've done intentionally, but it's not. It doesn't feel directed like the other things do. So.
Well, it feels like it should be social, but it really wasn't social when we played it.
I mean, I tried talking.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's sort of the.
Like, it really has to be social. Right?
Yeah, and I think that sort of like feels like an interesting piece of this is.
It's diplomacy, right? You have to
like this feels like it should be much more about talking and bluffing.
Yeah.
Than it played out.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Yeah.
You weren't incentivized to talk more after I won?
I didn't know what. I guess I didn't know what to say.
Oh, okay.
Right. I didn't know I don't really know I don't really know what the bluff is.
You want people to send you caravans, right? And then eventually you can send them spies, so you know what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
That's basically the main strategy, right?
What if we all send caravans and that's it?
I don't know how that works.
Well, and I guess
I think eventually there's a king making thing where if you want to, like when you were getting higher scores over here, where is she? Oh, there she is. Like I started getting more hostile because I was like, that's a higher score than mine, right? So you like want to trade with the other people
well, and I guess
catapult the people that.
The part of me feels like the options I have set up scenarios at the beginning that, unless we've talked about them, don't have context.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And therefore, it kind of cuts off communication.
Yes.
Because it doesn't feel, it didn't have like any clear intent behind it.
There needs to be an initial state that the players are responding to in the first round.
Yeah.
Right? And that needs to be like some sort of declaration by each of the rulers.
Yeah.
Right?
It feels like the game starts off in the middle.
Yeah.
And because of that, unless you've done a good job of getting ready for the middle,
yeah,
then the game can kind of go off the rails a little bit.
Yes. Like you need something that's like you could either pre-establish relationships between the kingdoms somehow, right? Be like, this king has been a tyrant but is trying to be peaceful in his old age, or something. Like, give them personalities, right? So you have something be like, I hate you, right? Like from the beginning, right? But you don't want to have that pre-established how they feel about each other, right? So you just want to have like personalities that players can then react to in different ways, right? Like be like, Dave's head of the forest people. I'm like, I like the forest people. They seem cool, right? Like you just need a little bit of context to be able to make decisions in the first round.
Well, and the thing I would be worried about in playing this is that the first decision everyone makes is effectively like almost like arbitrary and random.
Yeah.
Because they don't really know what these decisions mean. Because like catapults, walls don't really mean anything at the beginning.
Yeah.
And so when you make that...
The walls mean that you... So there's basically three choices in the beginning. You either like somebody, you sort of like them, or you hate them, right?
Yes.
And that's the things you're signaling, right? The first round. But that part needs to be, I think, be clearer so the players can read it, right?
Yeah, like I guess this game feels set up for people who played it before.
Yeah.
And know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I'm
or
worried...
people who really like strategy games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you have to be, I guess there's a lot of burden on the guests to sort of know what they're doing, and there's no room in the experience to learn.
Not really, no.
Because like if you're just sort of like playing out the stuff,
right,
then that kind of like sets the stage for what's happening.
Right.
And I guess I felt
well, the first round does set the stage no matter what, right?
Yeah.
And so it almost feels like the first round needs to be like a setting up the rest of the game, right? And so you need either some fictional situation that everybody's responding to, right? Like, the last king has died, and you've come together to decide who should be king, and then that sets up the initial relationships or something, right?
Yeah, the danger of this is you get 4 guests who don't quite get it immediately, and they never get it because there's no like room for them to get it.
Yeah.
This world will like work if 4 guests come in and say, oh, I know this.
Yeah.
And they're like, before we start, let's talk.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you need to give them the structure, right? Now we have the negotiation phase, which lasts for 2 minutes, and everybody talks to each other, right? You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, so how do you feel about the giant dragon that's invaded our kingdom? And you're like, well, we're going to take care of it. Everybody should trust us. Send us your caravans, so that way we will have the money, and then we'll send our army out against the dragon or whatever. You know, you need to have a talking phase essentially. But they need to also have enough context to know what to say in that talking phase, right? Which is the hard part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Anything else?
Thank you for playing our world.
No, it's good. The papers really worked. I want to know what to do with them after I read it, right? Or are they, no, because then you can block, you don't want to block the view of other people. I don't know where you put them so that they have them access to them, but they also aren't, it isn't in the way of playing, would be another thing to think about materially.
We're thinking of switching the tutorial to an in-game thing. But this was.
You could also put it, you could literally like build it like on a little
Put it on the wall.
screen. I don't know where you can put it. Okay.
All right. We're gonna go.
Good job, team. I mean, first strategy, turn-based strategy game on the Gemmadrome. Have you seen one of these before? Second turn-based strategy game ever on the Gemmadrome.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
It was kind of like the thing. So,
Wait, wait.
All right. Should we do it?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Okay,
Thanks.
so firstly, please allow me to introduce our game. Our game starts with a very peaceful village where everything is living a happy life. But one day, a gang of bandits, they rob the whole village. Everything is gone.
It's bandits.
Chang Mao Zedong.
Yeah. Now from that time, the small but mighty pig stands tall. He aims to bring all the treasure back home. Let's get into our game. You, for all the bandits in the courage, you may, when the screen over here, you can hit a haystack, a barrel, a pile of things to stop and slow down the pig.
Yeah.
And also, there is a boom zone. Stay alert during the boom zone. If you guys can trigger all the phone booms on the screen, there
All right.
will be a massive damage to the pig.
That's all.
Ooh. Blow it up.
Blowing up the pig.
Are you aching for some bacon?
You can be a big pig too.
You can have the pig. When the pig gets an apple, he will have 1 HP back. And when he gets a mushroom, it will get speed up. Let's start with our pig journey. Who wants to be the pig?
Oh, I can be the pig.
All right, I want to throw.
So the control is simple. Left paddle to go left and right paddle to go right.
Sweet. We're good. I am hot to trot.
Where are we standing for throwing?
Just behind.
Roughly here?
Yeah, you can move around as long as it's just do not go beyond this line or something.
Oh, you have to go that
And don't hit me in the back of the head, please.
Yeah.
All right.
I can, this line?
Okay, you know what, for safety reasons, why
Okay,
not
safety
stand,
reasons.
stand next to him?
Yeah.
Stand next to Jonathan so you won't hit him.
Okay. Let's do it.
Maybe a balls around.
I'll be honest. Oh.
Okay, are we ready?
All right.
Okay, let's wait for every. Yeah, sure. You can play it once and then.
All right, so we sort of like roughly dividing up.
3, 2, 1, go. Oops.
You guys are hitting me in the face.
Speed up. Yeah. Oh, I jumped over the mushrooms. Ow.
Maybe 3 at a time? I don't
Dynamite.
Am I right now?
Oh, water.
I don't see it. Ah!
Oh, oh no. Pig, 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 pig.
Oh, dynamite!
Ow.
Hey, I got it! I got my dynamite!
Whoa. Whoa. That's not gonna be enough. Not gonna be nearly enough.
Here's on the ball!
Here I go. Whoa. Get out of the way, Peanuts. What? How did I get caught? I was cruising along there.
Let's do it.
They're the bandits.
Wait, they're the bandits?
Yeah, the pig is chasing the bandits. Yeah, where's Skippy?
Oh, that's really unclear. Okay, I thought the bandits were riding the pig and trying to get away.
Not anymore, I guess.
Not anymore. That was interim. Oh, okay, cool. I think you need to say pig victory.
Yeah, that makes more sense. The pig wins.
Yes. Pictorious. Okay. You want to try it again? Do you feel like you had any chance of stopping me?
I don't know. I'm gonna try the pig.
Okay. We need more volunteers to come throw. Here you go.
All right. What? Okay. Does anyone see any more balls lying
It
around?
felt like there were too many apples. But you'll
Okay,
see
yeah.
what you think.
App-
Pig needs to be nerfed a little.
Apples are health and mushrooms are speed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you don't really need that many apples because you're not getting hurt that much.
Yeah. Well, my sense is like, I can dodge
Yes.
and gather stuff.
Yeah.
Let's say, as a thrower,
Yeah.
I
You have more limited.
stopped paying attention to what the pig was doing. And it's just like, all I'm trying to do is hit a target.
Yeah.
Like, it's like very tunnel vision.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Yeah. Are the other players ready? Let's do it. All right, and your time was 1:25. Whatever. I've got a 3-year-old. I know you're mean though. I can control in the air. Sweet. Oh, you have these. Oh man, there are a lot of apples. Girl. All right, here we go. Get this. Jump. Giant apple. What does that mean? We're in the danger zone. Danger zone. All right. There's one. Oh. All right. I understand your warning now. Yeah. Like they bounce off the wall with surprising amount of speed. And yeah, and just like smack you in the face. All right, you want to?
That's the purpose. That's immersion.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Let's.
You just need a batting cage helmet for the person playing the pig.
Any world where you have to like armor the guest against projectiles is a good world.
It's probably gonna make festival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So let's talk about this.
So man, the balance feels a little bit off. Like obviously it's super fun, but sometimes I would hit the button and it seemed like nothing happened, or we'd hit it multiple times in a row because the pig was slowing down and so it couldn't drop bales of whatever that fast. It feels like it's not as like the pig feels very responsive.
Yeah.
Right? You have a lot of control, you can move around. There's way too many apples because you don't get hurt that much, right? The balance just feels off right now. I think you want more mushrooms and fewer apples, but you want the mushrooms to be spread out so that the pig has to try to work to get them, right? Right now it seems like there's almost always enough apples around you that you can be back at full health pretty much all the time.
I stopped paying attention to health.
Yeah.
And
health doesn't seem to be a major factor for the pig.
Yeah. But I think to the point, the controls for the pig feel good.
Yeah.
I definitely like when things get triggered, I have to dodge them. I think part of the reality of being the pig is the amount of obstacles coming from the buttons is fewer than the ones coming from the level itself. Like the puddles and stuff like that are more frequent than it feels like the buttons are. And just I think it just speaks to a little bit of the balance of like what is the pig responding to, and there's a lot.
It mostly feels like the pig is doing its thing, and then everybody else is just like throwing stuff.
There's a lot of activity going on, a lot of chaos, but it's not really happening in the world. That said, like the throwing, I mean, when you're throwing, it's like you're like, I'm just trying to hit targets.
Well, I was trying to, as we got along a little bit further, I was trying to hit the target in front of where you were on the screen, because it feels like you have these 4 lanes, and I was trying to hit the 4 things. It feels like a slot machine, though, in the sense that it's not often what you want, right? You're just kind of throwing it, but there's no strategy. You're not like, oh, I'm just going to wait until the barrel shows up and then throw. You're like, no, I'll throw it whatever's there, right?
Yeah.
So,
like, I think the interest curve for throwing is like a relatively high but flat line.
Yes.
It's like I'm just trying to hit targets. Like and there's a I felt the same thing as like there's a little bit of a sense of like, oh, I wonder if I could like aim at a target that's near what the pig wants.
Right. That would push the pig away from the mushrooms, for example, would be what you would want, right? But you can't quite do that in the way that it currently works. And like some things will be better when you have a better collection system for the balls, right? Like when you have a tarp that's taped to the wall at an angle and then everything will just like slide back down. Or you have, I don't know how you're going to build a little batting cage or something to collect all the balls as they bounce off the wall. But something will happen, right, around that stuff that'll make that part of it easier.
The bases are awesome. Like I really love having the buttons be projected on and that I'm throwing basically at the virtual world. And like when that connects, like the fact that it goes green, I got good feedback, really helps. And just sort of like the novelty of throwing at the display is really satisfying.
It's really good.
I like the fact that it's, there's 4 people throwing and we're sort of like all in this together and just like wailing on the wall. And then like there's this bounce back that happens and like hits the person controlling
It
stuff.
did feel like there was slightly more strategy in the way that you could aim at different targets, right? That would try to steer the pig. I think you need to lean into that more. But there's a lot of good stuff here. I think you just need to iterate the ball throwing part a little bit.
Yeah, and the coordination feels really like compelling, and I like the promise of the dynamite is really exciting, which is if we can all do this together, then we'll get a big bonus. And so what I might think about, would be, can you play that up a little bit? If you get 2 matches, for instance, like it's something that the pig can't dodge. So like just 1 hit will do something, but if like there's a little bit of a window while it's still green, if someone can hit the one next to it, like that does something, if you can match like 2 haystacks. And so there's a little bit of a game that the throwers can play that's reflective of their own progress. That might be something that would connect pretty well.
Yeah, I also wonder about, because the way the dynamite works is different from everything else, right? Like you hit all of them and it sort of locks it in and then it drops them all together. Because you're sort of implying, which is like really the truth, is that if all the throwers coordinate, they could drop like a series of haystacks in front of the pig that the pig couldn't dodge, right? Because they would be like in a line, right?
Yeah.
I know, you can do that, right? But I think... Yeah, anyway, there's something going on about how to coordinate between the throwers.
One of my reactions is that felt too hard. Like all 4 hitting at once. And the
window for doing it was too short.
Yeah, and I guess what this gets to is the strategy for the throwers that the world like reinforces either seems underdeveloped or too hard. Like if it's just all 4 at once. And so if there's smaller, easier to hit combos, that might give feedback to the throwers like, if we're just chaotic, it's not great.
Set up for the 2 hay bale combo. Bling, 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 bling. You got it. Yeah. Hay bale dispensed. And it's like a giant hay bale that's twice as wide or something. You know what I mean? Like there's ways you can set it up, I think, to trigger the kinds of cooperative behavior among the throwers that I think you're trying to get.
But the bases of this are awesome.
Yeah.
And so if for jury, like the timing of this is pretty good. I think definitely the clarity of the end case is a little bit unclear. Like you have a time, and actually like looking at the leaderboard, it feels like they're off by like 1 second, and so it doesn't feel like distinguishes very well. And so I might think about just how to make the ending feel clear.
The ending should feel rewarding to whoever wins too, and right now it kind of just ends. So.
Yeah, can the bandits win? How do they win? Oh yeah, the health aspect here.
But there's so many apples. How in the world are you going to kill the pig?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, fundamentally, like just the action of throwing balls at the screen and that having impact is really compelling. I love the art. I love the feel of this. Like the setup is like all that's really great.
Yeah.
So it's just a little bit of like, can you introduce simple strategy to the throwers?
Okay. One more question. Is there going to be art of the bandits riding the pig, or is it just going to be the pig in the final version of the game? Oh, man, I'm still so confused about the storyline here. Okay. So you're riding the pig to catch the bandits?
You
are the pig. Oh, okay. That makes more sense now. But so the pig in your art has a cape on, right? Because he's like super pig. Okay, but the pig this pig does not have a cape on, right? I'm just trying to connect all the dots together in my head, right? Okay, so you are the super pig. You're going after the bandits, and you're trying to catch them, and they're dropping stuff in front of you. But both times here it said the bandits escaped.
No, they were caught.
Oh, the bandits are caught.
Yeah. Well, and I think the thing to appreciate is.
But how do you tell if the pig's getting closer? Right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about at the ending here?
And what's the real played experience is there's a finish line.
Yeah.
And what happens is the pig ran the course this fast. So that and I think that's some of the disconnect here is the what you show me in terms of like a result, which is a time, and the way it works is we catch the bandits by getting to the end of the course, which doesn't really match the fantasy of catching the bandits. Like catching the bandits would be, we're getting closer and we finally got that last mushroom to like catch the bandits.
Right.
And so like I think the story
That's what
is
I'm
disconnected
sort of
from the
trying to figure out, right? Because it feels like it feels like something else is happening, right? The pig is chasing after the carts. The carts are trying to leave the village. And when it ends, the carts have left the village because there's a fence there and they've reached it. Does that make sense? So it feels like at that point the carts escape and the pig has lost. But that isn't what happened both the times. Does that make sense, right? So if just somehow the visual and narrative representations of what was happening were similar or at least cued in such a way, and maybe you need like a slide at the end that's like, the pig caught the bandits, right? And the pig is like standing on top of the body of some bandits or something, right? Like something that was clear, yeah.
Yeah, and then also the binary caught or not caught is a little bit weird with the leaderboard.
Yep.
I can sort of see how you have it like now. It's like you have, if the bandits win, they have a time in some sense that would go a victory there. So I get it. For jury, I think you just want to like refine how you explain it a little bit more. And then I would want, like I said, a little bit of simpler, clearer strategy for the throwers. My hunch is that just the nature of this will go over really well with jury. And then you would like the final discussion to be like, oh yeah, like I felt like I had a meaningful role to play as opposed to just like purely just throwing balls at the thing. And just like a little bit, not too much.
One thing you might think about is imagine that the throwers are not looking at the pig at all, because that's sometimes what happens.
Yeah.
And is their experience still fun, right? Like just if they can only see those boxes at the top, how do you make an experience with a really good interest curve that's fun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But man, like the structure, like
the art
putting up
looks
your choice,
amazing,
like,
structure is good,
Yeah.
really imaginative, really great job overall.
Yeah, it was fun. So really good work.
Yep. Yep.
All right. All right, how many guests? All right, 2 more guests. No As we're doing right now, I think. You want to grab one? There's two over there.
We have the hard.
But you gotta deliver, right? If you're gonna get a mic. All right. What do you want?
The Seeker.
All right, do it.
Sorry, I just come up with song lyrics for every game.
All right.
I'm gonna get what I'm after till the day I die. It's a Who song, sorry.
Whoop. I think the cord fell down.
Taser. I got a taser this time.
Yeah. Let's go. It's all good.
There's something wrong with my. I don't know. 他们在传那个算法。它这个屏幕没了。
Y'all better not get nervous now with those heart rate monitors.
Just
Definitely
practicing.
don't get nervous. Just don't do it.
I'm excited for the next world, which is, asymmetrical cooperative. Which cable plugs into the monitor?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Exactly.
We surprisingly have had few games about plugging wires into different things as puzzles.
Well, I think the problem is that you get that experience mostly as a TA, and by that time it's a little late.
It's too late, yeah. Okay, you got 10 fingers. You don't need that one.
Screen up.
I don't have the game.
No, you're fine.
All right.
We're getting ready. Yeah, here we go.
No, it doesn't have
Oh, sorry.
Trying to get sound. Here we go.
All right. Yeah.
That's
wait,
really
all right,
loud.
You got sound? Yeah,
I mean, I do want to hear your heartbeats, but maybe not that loud. No, you got plugged into a Hydra computer. Is that what you want?
All right, we're in.
So I'm just going to spy on you from looking over the screen.
Ooh. I've got some fancy pants.
Oh, that's my taser. Yeah, there we go. I'll just tase everything in this whole level. like tase this chair.
All right.
I feel like the animation's a little fast. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Where do I even go? I feel short. Okay. Ooh, look at that. Tase this spring. Can't even see it that time. Let's see. Is that the way out? Ah, I see. Oh. It's hard to get a sense of the layout of this place. It's kind of confusing. Did I get that person? Okay. It's dark over here. I can't even see where I am. There's somebody down low? That's weird. Oh. Right. Is the ghost already dead? Yeah. So I don't have to chase him? Somebody is a bucket. I don't see any moving buckets. A little bit. A little bit. I can't figure out where I'm going.
Wait.
Where is this?
Is that me? I don't think so. No, it's not.
That's the same room I was in before.
I mean, we got one die and one escape and two escape.
Is that it? So it's over? No worries.
Okay. Should I disconnect my controller? All right, unplug controllers.
Unplug controllers. Here we go. Okay. So what happens if I get 1 and 2 escaped? Do I lose or do I win?
You lose.
I lose? I have to stop everybody? Then why don't I just camp in front of the exit?
You need to kill 2 and...
I know, that's why I'm asking. Okay, you guys go hide.
Should I plug in?
Were you that broom in the first
Plug in.
room?
All right.
Oh, I can see when you start. Oh, I see. Why are you these weird sheep things?
No.
You're sheeples? Oh, okay.
What's the countdown for? Is that when, like, the...
Wake up, sheeples. I see a broom again. So last time I could sort of... Oh, there's a box! Come back here, box! Did I get you? Die. Oh, I see you, bucket. Did I get you? Yeah, okay. Get out of the way. I'm stuck on you and you're dead? That's not fair. Oh. Did I get you? Where are you, broom? Come back. How is he escaping now? That's the problem. What? How did that happen?
You weren't watching.
I can see you. You're right there.
My spirit is free.
You've escaped and come back, so I can't zap you now? Now you're just mocking me. That's game.
Sweet.
Okay. Let's stop it. Talk about it.
All right. All right. Cool stuff.
Yeah.
So I want to get a sense of what the Seekers.
In the
view
beginning,
was.
it's really hard because I have no idea where anything is in the room. I don't know where I am. I don't know what the other rooms are. I don't know how big the space is, right? And I don't know what I'm supposed to be protecting or what I'm supposed to be doing. So the first round, it was just me kind of like wandering around, hoping, and just like randomly tasing stuff that I thought was people. But then the second time, I sort of camped more in where I thought you were supposed to go a little bit, and just like tried to watch for moving inanimate objects. And I was more successful there, I think. I really want a map of the place in the beginning, just to have, so I have a sense of where I am and what I'm supposed to be doing.
Like, would a printed map be
A printed map
useful?
would be fine, yeah. Just some sense of what the layout is. Otherwise, it feels really imbalanced. I think visuals I really like. I like the atmosphere. It looks good. I think you do want a little bit of like lack of clarity from the seeker about what exactly they can looking for. I think the thing I'm wondering is for this version, it didn't seem like there were other brooms and pots in the environment. Is that right? There are?
So
Okay.
I definitely saw like a bucket,
Okay.
and I was like, as a hider,
Yeah.
there was places where I was like, I was more in the hallways, and it felt like I was in a transition space. And then there were rooms that sort of had a bit more context.
Yeah.
And so I sort of felt that.
Did you feel like you were hiding though, or you were trying to escape?
I ended up playing to try to escape.
Yeah.
And part of that was when I first started, there was a handle, pull the lever
Yeah.
to open the gate. I was like, oh, I can open the gate. And then my brain went to, oh, let me see where that opened.
Yeah.
Let me try to escape. And so it became more of a, let me find the escape and get out,
Yeah.
as opposed to stay put and try to like hide.
Because staying put doesn't earn you anything. It just lengthens the amount of time that I could find you, right?
The moment that I sort of felt hiding was there. I think I saw you nearby, but I was less hiding and more watching to see which way you're facing and waiting for you to leave. And so I think there's definitely some gameplay tension around standing still and just waiting is in opposition to actively seeking out the exit.
Yeah.
And
did you just flip one switch to get the exit open, or did you have to flip multiple switches? Because if you had like 3 switches that you had to flip among the 3 of you, and then the door would open, and then you could escape.
I think there was only one switch. Is there only one switch? There are 3 switches. I didn't really. I pulled the switch near me, and then I wandered, and I wasn't too sure if there were. I didn't know when it opened. And so I never learned any visual language of this is a gate, but it's closed, and this is a gate, but it's open. So I couldn't tell if there was progress I needed to make. And I eventually, both times I found an exit, and I got out. But I don't know if I was responsible for opening all the parts of the exit. But both times I did pull a lever.
Yeah. So I think some just more clarity for both players on what they're trying to do and how they have agency to make those things happen. Because right now it feels like something where you're supposed to sit down and have already been familiar with the game, right? But I think designing it somehow more for naive guests is the main thing that it needs at this point, right? Because the gameplay seems fine. The taser is a little bit weird right now. I like almost want it just to pop up like first-person shooter style in front of me, because it's hard to see. I can hear it really well, but visually there's not a lot of feedback when it gets used. That's the only feedback I have on the Seeker controls. How did you feel about transforming?
Honestly, my controls felt fine. I really love the atmosphere. I had a sense that you were out there, and that I like the fact that I could see progress of other one got killed.
Yeah.
So it was like there was definitely we are a scarce resource. We're all trying to survive. You're out there killing us.
Yeah.
So I think the feeling of the space was working really well.
Could you fit through those tiny doors that I couldn't fit through?
I never had I don't think I ever saw you in a way that I could tell how big you were.
Okay, because there were some like spaces where it felt like the door was
I think so. I
this
think I was
tall.
going through some spaces that felt my size.
Okay.
And I think that's just one of the things that I'm like, as we're talking, like we both have different senses of the world.
Yeah.
And that context would sort of be helpful in like knowing what you can do and what you can't do.
Yeah.
Similar to what I can do and I can't do.
I mean, this is one of those things, just like playing a lot of first-person shooters, right? Like, after playing through the level several times, you'd have a mental map of it in your head, and you could figure out where you're doing positionally. But just playing it as a naive guest, you don't have that, right? You have to sort of figure it out as you play. And
Yeah.
so, to me, that's fine, but then it suggests that the game needs rounds, right? So, like, the first round, you are just figuring things out. The second round, it's a little bit clearer, and then by the third round, you sort of have a sense of what's going on. Does that make sense, right? Because right now there's no, or you need to give them a map, or there needs to be some way for them to learn the space, essentially, right?
The heart rate is an interesting promise.
Did you get it? I mean, I didn't use it at all, hardly. It felt.
I guess what I sort of wondering is like, how is the heart rate used in the experience right now?
So if your heart like always high, you cannot remain in the same situation. You will come back.
Gotcha. So it's a limiter on my ability to transform. Yeah, that I didn't know that at all. And so there was I didn't have a good sense of like, I saw the heart icon, and I was like, for a little bit moment, like I was trying to like see if there was any discernible rhythm to it. And at some point I just like, I'm not too sure. So I stopped paying attention to it. But the idea of it being meaningful in the world is really interesting. But I guess like the question is, how do you get the guests to need to use it?
You do need some kind of intro explaining a bunch of things, like, because I was like, when the rabbit people show up and they're ghosts, like I don't know the difference between a dead rabbit person and a live rabbit person, you know what I mean? So I don't know if I'm supposed to tase them or not. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you're like basically giving information to the players that they just don't know how to understand in the very beginning, right?
Yeah, and so I think about for jury.
Or like, what are we even doing? Why are we here? Who am I? Why are we catching transforming rabbit people with a taser?
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to what you want to do is when you sit people down, like, okay, you're the seeker. This is your mission. Your job is to do this. This is what success means for you.
Right.
This is what you're watching for. And then when you talk to the hiders, like, this is what you're trying to do. And you want everyone to hear both of those. You want to know what the seeker's trying to do if you're a hider, and if you're a seeker, you want to hear what the hiders are trying to do. And I think you want to sort of get that clarity, and especially the heartbeat one. You might need to adjust the tuning of that. And I guess, do you set a number, or do you take a baseline and then have the baseline that you start at be the thing you compare to? Okay, so it's like if you do that, I would work on making some of these things a little more obvious. Like I'd possibly make the heartbeat honestly like a number on screen. I think right now it's a little bit of a pulse that's very subtle. But as playing this, I kind of
want to emphasize it, yeah.
I want to sort of like have more obvious control, so it's more usable faster.
You might also just like talk to Messi about it, because their project team's doing the heart rate project right now. So just you might see if they have some advice about it. But yeah, that's the only other thing.
Yeah, and there's definitely a little bit of a balance question, which is I didn't feel the value of hiding, and I don't know if that's just a guidance on strategy, but it definitely felt like my right strategy was to just go for the exit and hope that you weren't on my path there, and that seemed to work well enough. And I think there'd be another question is, do you need an exit, or what? I'm like,
Or,
a little.
can it be like timed, like?
Well, so if the heart rate is a mitigating factor on my ability to hide,
Yeah.
then that actually does add a lot of tension to like staying hidden. But it's just sort of a question of like, I don't really understand the dynamics of you finding people versus like you just killing people.
Right.
And so I don't really, as I play this, I don't have to know the value of hiding. I think that's one of the challenges in having like that be a central mechanic. It's hard to know like how to hide well and how important it is.
Are you trying to hide versus just trying to avoid me? Is
Yeah.
that what you're saying? Right.
Yeah.
And those are like different, like avoidance is a different thing where you want to know where I am and you want to be as far away from me as possible versus like you want to have a really well hidden spot
Yeah.
in the space and not move.
I think I play this more like a stealth game
Yeah.
where I'm moving slowly and like being cautious, as opposed to a hiding game where I'm picking a place to stay put and then hiding.
And either of those is fine. You just want to
Yeah.
prep the players for what kind of gameplay is going to be the most central to what they're doing, right?
Yeah, and like I said, I think for a jury, if you can make the heart rate a lot more present, just like I can see that it's working, I think that would go a long way.
Yeah.
And I think prepping the guests with clarity of their role, like then that will that'll sort of take away some of the challenges of just like understanding stuff. And that'll probably be the best time spent for this.
Yep.
But yeah, like I'm really excited about if you can get the tuning. I mean, the heart rate's a challenging thing to work with, but if you can get it so it's meaningful for gameplay, then it becomes a really interesting challenge. And like the way I'm actually feeling affecting the gameplay is really interesting.
Yep.
And the atmosphere is there for it.
No, it's visually and auditorially, it's very strong. So
Yeah.
I think, yeah, just to iterate on the gameplay parts.
Cool.
Sweet.
Good work.
Good job. It's the mystery box. I think you're gonna have to do the box, and I'm gonna have to read the screen this time.
One of my reactions is I should be gentle. Okay. Is that fair?
That is the reaction a lot of people have. If you should do the opposite.
Oh, I should attack this.
Yeah. Well, don't.
It's pretty sturdy.
Yeah.
All right.
It'll survive. And these are also buttons.
All right. Okay. So just,
But like
okay.
this side is fragile. Don't.
Okay. Don't this side. Okay, I got that.
Just tell them what's on the screen.
And then does it open or no? Should I?
You
Okay.
can open, but you shouldn't open.
Should I open it?
Yeah, that's
No. Do I need to open it? No. Okay. Okay.
Don't break it.
All the things, but should I pick it up?
I will just say right now, there's no need to.
Okay. Yeah. So part of this is just
There's no need to in this iteration of the box.
like the box itself is it's unclear what its true affordances are and what you're measuring, and so I'm just like getting some clarity of that.
So you press all these buttons, these sliders move. You can pick it up if you wish to.
But you don't need me to pick it up. All right. I'm gonna swap out.
Here we go.
What do we got? Buttons and things. Sliders. It's like a display.
Interstellar countdown begins. We're ready.
Is there like a sensor here?
I don't know.
Or this is like
We'll find out. Hey, so I'm looking at an interface. It says turn electron shield left.
left. It sounds like a knob. Is that
Set.
it
It
working?
did something. It set lepton velocity to 3.
Is that it do anything?
No, but now it says turn electron shield right.
I'm turning something to the right. Is it doing anything?
Not that I can see.
How about this one?
Adjust magnetic shell.
That I don't know.
I don't know either. Something's filling up. I think we're making progress. Or we're running out of time, one of the two. Turn electron shield right. Adjust magnetic shell. Nope, you turned it. Adjust the magnetic shell.
Just make. Did I do make shell or the other thing?
Magnetic shell. Turn electron shield off.
Is it a button?
I don't know.
Button.
That hasn't done anything yet.
Button.
Turn it off. There you go. You turned it off.
All right, there we
Made
go, that's
progress. Turn photon beam on.
This one.
Adjust magnetic shell.
Did that work?
No, it did.
Okay. Magnetic shell. Is this
Magnetic shell. Magnetic shell. Adjust it. Up. Double adjust it. Adjust it some more. Keep adjusting it. Still haven't adjusted it.
Oh, okay.
Hey, that one went off. Turn electron shield left. Electron shield left.
This one?
I don't know.
I'm looking. All right. None of those are. how about
Okay,
this?
set lepton velocity to 5.
How about this one? This lepton?
I don't know.
Is anything moving?
Nope. Oh, something happened.
Okay.
We entered some warp speed. Turn electron shield on. I think we went to hyperspace. I don't know if that was good or
Alright, got
bad.
that.
Turn electron shield off.
All
Turn
right.
photon beam on. Turn electron shield on. Adjust magnetic shell. That's the one you haven't figured out, right?
I have no idea which one this is.
Maybe a different sensor you haven't tried yet?
No, I heard a little beep, so maybe I did it.
Turn electron shield off. Turn photon beam off. Adjust magnetic shell.
I don't know. Is anything happening?
No. Turn electron shield left. We did it. We're going warp speed again.
Okay.
I think that seems like that's progress.
Okay.
Turn electron shield on and adjust the magnetic shell. Set lepton frequency to 7.
We have no idea what lepton frequency is.
That's fine. That's the positron level. Set lepton frequency to 7. Set lepton velocity to 4. Turn electron shield off. Turn electron shield right. Now we're just piling up these instructions here.
I don't know.
You're losing it? Turn electron shield off. Turn electron shield right.
I feel like we're getting feedback on the on-off stuff, but we're not anymore.
No, we're not. Everything's broken. Adjust magnetic shell.
Okay.
Okay, turn electron shield off. Turn electron shield left. I'm trying to figure out the order here. Adjust magnetic shell again. I think it has some stuff in red. I don't know if we broke certain things. Adjust magnetic shell. Adjust magnetic shell. Turn electron shield left. Set lepton velocity to 2.
I don't know what the lepton thing is.
Turn electron shield on. Turn electron shield right.
No.
No.
Nothing.
Adjust magnetic shell. Set lepton velocity to 2. That worked.
All right, that's lepton, I guess.
Turn electron shield left. Adjust magnetic shell. Turn electron shield right. We did it. Whew, somehow we got through that hard part. Set lepton frequency to 6. Nice. Turn electron shield off. Adjust the magnetic turn electron shield on. Adjust magnetic shell. The shield is not turning on. Turn electron shield on.
I don't know.
You did it, whatever that
Right.
was. Turn electron shield on again. Turn photon beam on.
Photon beam on.
Oh, that worked. Turn electron shield on. Adjust magnetic shell. Set lepton velocity to 6. Oh, these are combo things. You have to do both of them before it'll give it to us. I think it took me a long time to figure that out. Okay, another combo. Adjust magnetic shell. Turn electron shield right.
Adjust magnetic
I don't know. Now we have all these weird combos that are turning red on us. My sense is we have to do these in order, and it's breaking the ship when we don't.
Okay.
So let's try adjust magnetic shell, set lepton velocity to 6.
I don't know what adjust even means. Just
Okay.
turn it?
I have no idea. Okay, ship's breaking some more.
Okay.
Adjust magnetic shell, turn electron shield right. Okay, adjust magnetic shell, turn photon beam on. Turn electron shield on, adjust magnetic shell. Ship's breaking apart. No pressure.
All right. I'm just going to keep doing everything randomly.
Okay, turn electron shield right. That's an easy one. It's not working for some reason. Turn electron shield off. Yes. I don't know. Now we're going faster, but we're also braking.
Adjust magnetic shell, whatever that is. I'm not sure about progress here. Set lepton velocity to 7, turn photon beam off. Nice, turn photon beam off. Nice, set lepton frequency to 5. That's velocity, I need frequency. There you go. Set lepton frequency to 4. Crank it one more down. There you go. Adjust the magnetic shell. Looks like you fixed some of the problems. Set lepton frequency to 1. Adjust magnetic shell. Whatever that is.
I don't know.
Set lepton frequency to 4, turn electron shield left. Yeah, nice work. Adjust turn photon beam on. Nice. Adjust magnetic shell. Whatever that is.
I have no idea.
Is that the one we don't know?
Maybe.
Okay. Set lepton frequency to 1, turn electron shield right. Hey, it stopped.
All right.
Whew.
Cool.
We finally died? Okay.
You get to level 10. You got to 5.
Okay. Whew. So many things to say.
Yeah.
No. I mean, so the experience itself is really good. The interface seems fun. You still haven't solved the problem that one person is basically reading the screen. Like, I can see, like, after I get used to it for a while, I can see the numbers changing as Dave does things, but they're not really prominent enough that I can give him live feedback on what he's doing. So every single thing where Dave adjusts something, I need really strong visual feedback so I can communicate that to Dave. Right now, some of them are just like numbers changing, which is...
There's one really important UI element that we'd like to put too far off to the side.
That's also possible. We can never figure out what the magnetic adjusting...
Well, and I don't even know what adjust means. I never understood, like, I was like desperate for feedback.
Yeah.
And I think one of the problems is I can move things faster than you can react to them.
Yeah.
And then sometimes the experience gave me feedback.
Yeah.
And so I started like fishing for that.
Yeah. Well, the buttons were easy because they were on-off, right? So those were the ones we got first. And then you had some stuff that was turning right and left that you were able to figure out.
Yeah,
right?
and I felt like I learned and then unlearned things multiple times. Where like I thought this was something and I did it, and then you said something similar and I tried it again and I never got any feedback on it.
Yeah.
And so I was like going through this constant process of I think I've got it, and then the experience space said no, it's not actually
you don't
that.
really. Yeah. That's the part that's the hardest. It feels now like it's a first-person experience split between two people, right? That the person with the box needs to be looking at the screen and getting the feedback, and they can figure it out, right? But there's nothing interesting for me to say to Dave right now, right? Like there's just not. And I think that's the real problem. Like if Dave was looking at the screen and fiddling with the buttons himself, he could figure it out and it would be really, I think, a fun experience, right? It's too long right now, the interest curve is a little bit flat, but I think you could iterate on that and it would be fine. The hardest part right now is the communication between the players, right? It feels too unstructured. In the sense that you're not giving the players interesting things to talk about, right? And so that's the part that I think needs to be iterated on. For sure.
And sort of like a way that feels is it feels like it's tuned as though it's a single player experience, which means it's fast and it's sort of like a lot of stuff going on.
Yep.
And you need the feedback, but for a two-player experience, the amount of like back and forth talking to get one single thing in place is like, I'd be like, hey, is this it? And you'd be like, no, a little bit higher. Like, how about now? And we need to sort of be like a much longer like back and forth to get any one thing. And
Yeah.
I never felt like we actually had the time and the permission in this experience to do that.
No, it needs a tutorial part in the beginning where you're just trying to figure out how to communicate about what's happening, and that needs to be really slow, and each step where you make progress needs to feel really obvious, right? So I need to be like, hey Dave, we need to turn on the photon cannon. And he's like, did this do it? And I'm like, nope. Did this do it? Nope, that's something else. We'll come back to that later, right? And he's like, oh, we got it. And it's like, boom, amazing. You turned on the photon cannon. And I'm like, okay, whew. Now we got to start the engines on this crazy spacecraft.
And it's a two-step process. First, we're gonna have to do, you know what I mean? Like, you need a long, and he needs information also that I don't have, which he does, but Dave notably was not communicating to me either, right? Like, he wasn't like, hey, I have this slider
Yeah.
that I can move from this one to this one. When I shift it this way, what happens?
Yeah.
You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, and I was mostly saying, like, is this doing anything?
Right.
And I think, and since I don't,
And it wasn't clear enough to me because there was like a lot of stuff happening on the screen. Like when Dave turns something, it should light up in a bright color, right? And be like, this is the thing that's being adjusted, right? So you know what you're paying attention to. And then if he's doing multiple things at once, I can see the multiple things happening, right? But right now, I don't have enough feedback on what he's doing, and he doesn't have enough feedback on what I'm seeing because I can't communicate what's happening on the screen, right?
yeah, and I think, and sometimes like the interest curve here is a lot of figuring out.
Yeah.
And then there's like a little bit of like using what you know. And I think we jumped into, I feel like we jumped into using what you know,
Yes.
as opposed to figuring it out.
So like there needs to be a first stage where you learn like to do you do one thing, you need to do one thing with 2 steps, and you do like one thing with 3 steps, and that's like the intro sequence. And then it needs, now we're gonna throw some random things at you that you're gonna have to figure out. And then it needs here's the last thing or 2 that you're gonna have to do, right? And it needs to have escalating stakes in each one of those things. And it needs to be a lot shorter. Does that make sense? So I think just, you have it all working now, so I would say create a good interest curve across it that does those things.
And,
right?
and kind of what I want is us to have like legitimately, it's hard.
Yeah.
And it actually, it doesn't take much for it to be hard.
No, you just have to add like 4 steps to one of them,
And,
right?
Well, and even like the challenge of like, we've got to, like there's almost like a countdown timer. Like we got to get this right. We have 10 seconds and we don't know what it is and we don't know what the right setting is.
Right.
And just that tension of I can see how much time we have left on it and we're like trying to like hurry, like, no, not that one, try another one.
Right.
I kind of want like a mini interest curve on the discovery and fixing of a single thing.
One thing that would be cool is if you do get the LCD screen to work, right, you could have just the timer on it so that Dave can see the timer, right? And
I was
have a
actually
shared
using
timer.
the screen.
Oh, do you?
Because it had the little pips
Oh,
for
okay.
the slider. So when you said a number,
Yeah.
I kind of knew that it was like how many.
I was
pipped
hoping
out.
that was the case because you didn't ask me like how big is 3 or whatever,
Yeah.
right? Because that would be also a place where we could communicate, right? You'd be like, push it a little bit, push a little bit more, push a little bit. Okay, you got it now, right? That's
Yeah.
a 7, right? And then you know what a 7 and a 3 is roughly, and then if we get a different number, we'll have to figure it out.
Well,
right?
and some of this is like, where is it based on what we've learned, I can basically just do it because you told me to do it.
Right.
And where does it still need to be a coordination?
Right.
And I think that's some of the language of this to I think through.
Yeah. But mostly just needs a better interest curve.
Well, and I think that for jury, their experience is going to be like in the learning space.
Yeah.
And I think you
need the tutorial part and an ending part. You need those parts of the interest curve most. Because like you said, right now it feels like we're dropped in the middle and there's no escalation. It just is flat, right?
and it's an endless runner?
Technically it ends after 10, but it is designed in such a way that would be extremely difficult to get to.
Okay.
I think it's better if it's timed, but that there's a set kind of sequence, right? Maybe the combinations are random of like the things that you have to do, right? But it needs, I don't know that you need to be playing it forever. Yeah.
Are the words the same every time? Or is there some level of random assignment of this?
Right now they are. We kind of did more like them random. We did them ahead of time.
No,
Okay.
no, that's totally fine.
Well, and I think about where to like focus. You want juries like one playthrough to be solid,
Yeah.
and then you make sort of like replayability as the next phase.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about replayability for jury. You just need to have one really good experience.
One little thing that I'm like I would want you to think about is when the person on the box is doing stuff, are they listening for the positive feedback of accomplishing it, or is it entirely visual and you have to like cue me in? And I think it just comes down to designing like the micro interest curve of discovering one thing getting some clarity of like what people should say. And I think that's sort of like the basic part of the interest curve to think about. Because you have all the feedback, but none of the sense of like what does what. And I have all the things that do things, but no feedback.
Well, and you can imagine how you'd set this up for a festival, right? Like you would put the box behind the screen, right? Like this is like a small spaceship. This is the console. You have the engine over here, right? And so somebody's like, I'm trying to get this thing to work. And this person's like, okay, I'm going to twist this thing, right? You know what I mean? So that you literally can't look at each other and see.
Oh, here we are. Everything is delicately balanced. There we go. I'm moving. Boop.
Maybe
We restart, yeah.
Which plug am I supposed to be in here? Does it matter?
as long as yes.
This, all right. We're up, you're plugged in, looks good.
Move right and left, press A and B.
Press B to start, let's try that. All right. It felt like it worked. All right. Going to our grandma's house in the woods. Memories of friends with a fox. I'm sure that fox will play no role in the future of this. Wandering to the woods. All right.
This is fox domesticated.
All right, there we go. Oh, okay. I am the redhead. I can jump really high. All right, we got a little thing here. We gotta get. There's a red mushroom. Do we need to do something with that? What do the instructions say? Pick the ones the ghost wants quickly. Oh, we gotta find the ghost. Yeah. What's that? Oh, pick up the mushroom. Alright, we got a mushroom. Oh, now they're still coming down. Oh, okay. The ghost wants a mushroom. 3 mushrooms.
So this is red.
I see just a mushroom that doesn't have any color. So we can get red mushrooms.
Red mushroom.
1 red mushroom.
It froze.
Whoa. Alright, there we go. Oh wait, the ghost is happy. Okay, sweet. The ghost is going away. It went away. The ghost wants like a thistle or a cabbage. A thistle cabbage or a holly cabbage. Hollyberry maybe. Green though? Oh, that's it, the spiky thing, but it should be green. Yeah, the one up the top to the right. Yeah, well, I think we want green ones though. 5 of them? I don't know. No, we don't want that. Can you see any green ones? It's the spiky thing with, not those. That one. Oh, that one. Maybe that's a green one right here. Yeah, that's it. I guess. Yeah. We wait for green ones. We wait for 5. I mean, we need 5 of them. There, at the top there. That one. All right, that's 3. We need 2 more. Yeah, can you go grab it? There's one over here. I'm kind of stuck in the trees.
There's one right next to you.
All right, I got it. Got it. Oh, we need 1 more. Wait, that one looks good. All right, we got it. Wait. Run. What's the human? All right, I guess we want to get you out of here. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. Did the screen break? I swear. Chasing me?
Yeah, I guess. Wait, you guys scared away? Well, I can go backwards. Do I want to push it away? Alright, we're over here. You guys want to run away? I guess? Oh, whoa. Too much trouble. Alright, you go. Okay. What is the ghost doing? The ghost was attached to me. Alright, you safe? back the other way. All right, we finished the game. All right. Woo. All right. Let's talk about this.
Are we on this side or that side?
Sure, we'll figure out which way we want to be.
I don't know, I keep positioning myself on the wrong side.
Yeah, so 2-player co-op platformy kind of experience. I mean, the atmosphere of the intro is really lovely. I like the asymmetry of the 2 guests. It was, I mean, obviously, I think there's some interest curve issues. Like, I think overall the experience feels very long. And it's a little, the beginning is very different than what the next part. So we were sort of like doing this like single screen, almost like arcade-like experience. And then we go into this chase thing. And it felt like there's some bugs. Like I felt like the ghost really wasn't doing what it was supposed to do and things like that. So like that's one thing to like, how do you make the experience smoother? I liked the gap of information, like you can see color and I can see shape, but it stopped sort of being interesting once we sort of like solved it.
I sort of want, what if one of the players sees in black and white or something?
Yeah.
So they really have to communicate more about what the color of what objects are or something. And then the other player can see the shape but not the colors. Like there needs to be, I think, more asymmetry between the 2 players for to really get the communication between them that you're trying to create.
Yeah, I mean, mostly we had like through their playthrough, like we got to this one thing. It's like we need 5 of this one thing, and we're just waiting for it to happen. And so a lot of the experience was just sort of like waiting. And I actually expected, because I couldn't see color on the sign, that I couldn't see color in general. Yeah. But that wasn't true. Right. And then I would wonder, it's a little interesting because the next part of it sort of leaves that all behind. And so the asymmetry kind of goes away. And it mostly just becomes a relatively simple platformer. And I'm not too sure exactly what that interest curve wants to be at the moment. Like the world sort of says we're going to be chased by the ghost, but it's not clear how that would be interesting. Because we're just sort of like, it feels like a relatively simple platformer in that moment.
Simple platformer is fine. My kids would be excited to play that part of it, right? I think just trying to figure out how to bring all the pieces of what you made together into a holistic experience that feels like it all ties together.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it feels like you tried to build too much, and so you've got pieces that are incomplete. And I think it would be stronger as a tighter experience. And I'm not too sure like we're being chased by the ghost through these passageways, like really builds from the previous part.
Yeah.
And I think that disconnect is also something I'm reacting to.
It's hard. The 2 pieces feel really disconnected right now. And I think you're going to have to unify them one way or the other and then trying to figure out how that works, right? So either you need to keep a closer view on the players when they're doing the first part, and that gameplay needs to feel more like the chase part, or the chase part needs to be cut and it's just the kind of arcadey part in the beginning, right? You just need to figure out some way to take the sections that feel really different and combine them, right?
What do you want? So you've got a really cute story at the beginning, and you're talking about a cutscene at the end. What is sort of like the story that we play, that basically the ending reveals to us?
Like the girl is really the fox, right?
Yeah.
And that's not really landing quite yet, right?
Well, and I also wonder, do we just escape together? I guess, is there anything about a relationship that the world is trying to get at as well? Or we defeated the ghost together and through the power of just friendship?
Right.
And I guess I would think about how you want this to feel when it ends. And then I would wonder, like, can you
work backwards,
make that ending happen sort of faster and more connected to the beginning?
Right.
Because the beginning does a decent job of setting us up for we're working together. And so I could see that escalation if you take that structure and now have the ghost be an antagonist like that I could see sort of like a little bit of like tweak on the gameplay. But that's part of what I would, in terms of like bringing us all together, that I'd try to figure out.
This is the ending for the whole story.
So sort of like back to the picture of the fox,
Yeah.
and then the fox is watching the cabin. And the girls in the woods, and it's the fox.
Dividing fox.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like the foxy aspect of it has to impact the rest of the game more, because right now it doesn't, right? And it almost feels like it would be better if like one of the players could transform back and forth from being a fox or something, or just some way for the fox part to be more evident in the actual play of the game. But I don't know what I want exactly, because I don't know what you want exactly, or what you're going to be able to make in a relatively short period of time, right? And so I think that's the hard part, is just figuring out how all of these pieces, how to take what you've made, right? All these different pieces, which includes the cutscenes. The cutscenes also don't feel super connected to the gameplay right now, right? So it's like the narrative in the cutscenes, there's like the arcade part where you're collecting fruit for the ghost, and then there's the chase part. And they feel like three completely different experiences right now that need to be integrated together. And again, I don't want to tell you how to do that, because that's like the design process, right? Does that make sense, right? Like you're going to have to decide as a team how to make those different parts come together, right?
Yeah, and think about scope for jury. The simple escalation of the beginning worked decently well. I want the controls to be a little bit tighter, but the idea of like the asymmetry, if I were making a choice, I think I would double down the asymmetry, make it more meaningful to the gameplay, and then have that pivot of like the ghost is sort of like escalating what's happening, be a faster lead into an ending.
Yeah.
And then like it's sort of, yeah.
Uh-huh.
We
didn't even notice.
I didn't notice. And part of it is the controls are pretty loose. And so I didn't know if it was just the way the level was playing or if it was my own power. I knew I could jump higher.
Yeah.
Like I had a higher
clear.
floaty thing. And it also didn't end up being a meaningful difference. Like my ability to jump higher, I think actually made me a little more frustrated in my ability to get to some things. I got stuck. And so it wasn't a difference that was connected to the design of the experience in a meaningful way, where it's like, oh, you can do that. You need to do that, and I can do this. The only difference that was meaningful was the sort of like the color difference.
Yeah, I feel like leaning into the asymmetry would also be, I think, an easy way to generate more interest, right? Like even if stuff like the fox doesn't have hands, so it can't pick up things, right? Or, I mean, just things that are like very, very different between the two players, I think would lead to more conversations, especially if there were things where they had to cooperate together to achieve certain results.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and one of the challenges in that kind of asymmetry is it's really hard to design levels where those differences are obvious. Like one of the big challenges in platformers is the player being able to recognize how high they can jump and if that platform is in reach. And so there's actually a lot of design you have to put into something so that a player develops the ability to say, I can get there and I can't get there.
Like
so
traditionally in Mario, this is why everything is made of blocks, right? So you know that Mario can jump 3 blocks or 4 blocks with a run, but can't jump 5 blocks.
Yeah.
Does that make sense, right? So that way you can kind of visually measure with your eye, like how big everything is, right?
Yeah.
But you're not on a grid, right? Which makes it slightly different to try to figure out all those things, right?
Yeah, so your point to naive guess is true. Like, how do you get someone to learn those differences in a way they can use them? And just like, I can get there is a very complicated idea in a game. You have one really easy one, which is, what color is that? And it's like, I can see the color and I can't. So we really quickly understood that one. And I think that's, if you want that asymmetry, I think you need to find the simpler, clearer things. And in particular, the nice thing about the color one is the solution is mainly talking.
Yeah. Well, and there's also this like tradition, right, that dogs only see in black and white or something, which isn't really true, right? But you could use that as the foundation of a reason why one person might have a black and white screen and the other one would have a color screen, and therefore they have to communicate about what the color certain objects are and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what would be nice as a way to like connect it is the ending, like we sort of defeat the spirit. If we can use our asymmetry to defeat the spirit, is sort of like how I'd want that.
Right, like the spirit changes color and it's only vulnerable to certain colors at certain times, and so the person who can see color has to tell the other person who has to somehow throw things of the color at the ghost or something, you know what I mean? I'm just making stuff up right now, but like some way where you have to coordinate your actions between each other.
Yeah.
Or like the ghost is only vulnerable to the fox when the ghost turns yellow or something, right?
Yeah. Anyway, there was a lovely little world, and this asymmetry of the characters is working really well.
Yep.
So, good work.
Yep. So up to Jammadrum, is that right? Up to the Jammadrum for the last world.
Oh, I have an announcement.
Oh, announcement by Danny.
Nina has sent the email to vote for your jury rules. Please vote by tonight. The deadline is tonight, 10:59 p.m.
So you vote for 8 out of the 28 worlds, and that's how we figure out which ones go to jury for a chance to get into festival. So do your citizen of ETC duty.
Gingerbread Man. Now, would you guys want to be on opposing teams or same team? You guys.
Let's take beer.
All right, so this would be you. If you choose these stations, these would be the 2 gingerbread men. For you two,
Run on as fast as you can.
yes, get away from the rats. And if you ever get spotted by the rats, use your superpowers, and your goal is to collect all the presents on the map before you get caught.
I haven't had lunch, I could use some dirty rats.
Yes.
I love that we have
All right.
I haven't had lunch, I could use some
I mean, we're
gingerbread.
We're not just, it comes
Terry.
with territory.
Yes.
Everyone on this. Okay, so for both of you, you guys are trying to hunt down the gingerbread man.
Yeah.
You both have individual your own superpowers. You'll have to communicate with each other in order to find them. Because normally you guys will only be able to see yourselves and not them. That's the whole point of the glasses. You can only see yourselves and your teammates, but not each other.
Okay.
Your superpower, well, everyone will get a tutorial, but I might as well explain it. Let's get some BGM in here. So your superpower is the ability to locate them by sending out a radar pulse.
Okay.
And then, Terry, your superpower is to leap at someone. So like an instant wah!
Alright. There's a radar mouse and a lunging mouse.
Lunging mouse and radar mouse. So Gingerbread Man, you get the superpower of, what was it again? Teleport. So if you feel like you're in danger, you can teleport to his location.
Alright.
But you can be careful. You might doom both of you by doing that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
What
so,
am I doing?
yeah, so your superpower is the ability to speed both of your speed up by 3 times. So 3 times the movement speed for both of you for 5 seconds.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you when I'm going to speed boost this.
Yes.
Alright.
Alright, you guys ready?
I'm ready. Tap
Press
it.
tap to ready up.
Beginning to
And spin to, alright, tutorials. Dude, do you see the cooldown bar?
I see.
Normally, when your cooldown is ready, it will be fully blue. When your cooldown is not ready, it will be red.
So
more white.
Can I still capture them even without my ability?
Oh, absolutely, you just need to hit them.
You should use your ability, Dave.
I did.
There's a cooldown.
I have a 30-second cooldown.
Oh, wow, that's a long time.
You can tell each other information
Okay.
such as if the
I can
cooldown's
usually
ready.
teleport like once or twice.
We're ready to go super speed whenever you want.
Do I long
Let's do
press?
it.
Super speed, here we go.
Super speed.
I'm not moving any faster.
No, that's your own tutorial second. You're not connected yet, so you're just
okay.
getting up here. So once everyone's ready, hold down long press to skip the tutorial. Let the games begin.
Whoa.
Get the presents and get the gingerbread.
Okay.
Wait, I can't even see the mice.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to see
Oh,
that.
I see them.
Oh shit! Oh, good teleport, good teleport.
Oh, crap.
Get away, get away, get away!
Running,
Speed, speed, speed.
My cooldown is on half.
Don't worry.
I think we corner them.
Run.
I'm not feeling good about this.
I'm
No.
gonna use it again.
You seem very slow.
They're here.
Oh no.
No,
Get
over
away,
here.
get away,
Okay,
get
let
away.
me let's try to corner them.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Oh, yeah, help me.
boost.
Yes.
Oh no.
They're over there.
Got one present, one for the other ones.
My cooldown is just ready. So if I see them, I can leave.
Just
Mine is
stay
ready.
alive, Dave.
They're over there.
Oh, you
I'm kind of open too, so you can
No.
teleport.
Oh no! Get away!
Space.
What?
One more present left.
Are they?
The cooldown's almost off. You guys have
Cooldown is ready.
I'm gonna use it again.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
Oh, leave!
They got me. One more present,
Okay,
Dave.
okay.
Go get it. Well, if I'm dead, you can't teleport, right?
No, so when you're dead, the teleport ability you just teleport from farthest away.
Victory.
Not yet.
What?
There's more presents!
Okay, I'm gonna use my ability
That's
now.
really horribly
They're
unfair.
over here.
I see them.
Okay.
How is that fair?
Let's
Oh, you'll
you go
notice
this way
that-
and I go this way and we try to see
You'll
if we
notice
corner
that the
them.
ability to teleport away
Yeah,
from
I'll go on this side.
enemies in any location is very open. Oh shit!
Wow.
Oh no, he teleported away! Damn, the reaction speed! The reaction speed! Dave's reaction speed is insane!
How did it decide where to teleport?
I knew it was gonna go farthest away, so I was
Furthest
like,
away.
Oh, the farthest away from them?
Yeah.
Oh, you're fine then. Go get the last one.
The reaction speed is insane! What?
I'm gonna use my ability now.
Okay.
Damn.
Sorry.
It's fine.
There's 3 rounds. Let's do rounds.
Oh,
Yeah, so best of 3, best of 3.
Whoa, this game's gonna take forever.
Oh, what?
Right, we
How
know
long was
where
that?
they roughly spawn, so let's
Alright, ready up.
let's corner Dave.
Alright.
One more. Let's do one more.
Okay.
Oh, I need to. Do I press?
Okay.
Two.
Okay. Over here.
Okay. Corner them.
Oh no!
Pincer maneuver! Oh, he's pincered! He's pincered!
You go left.
I'm going left.
You guys gotta come up with maneuvers.
Yeah, we really do. Damn. Really cool. I'll use my ability again.
Imagine.
All the way over
I see.
there. Damn.
I'm stuck here. Can't get out of this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to stay away.
Here's a
from
hint
it.
for
Like,
rats.
being together is
Rats. Being together is not a good idea.
Yeah,
You guys have to
no.
spread out. You can't move in the same place. Move in a different direction.
I'll go over there.
And I'll stay over here.
Oh! Did you just walk over?
Yeah, I see.
Who sees us? I don't see anyone.
Oh!
Wow. We got one.
Wait, did we get it?
Yeah, I
Yes,
got
you
it.
did.
I got it. Yes. Wait, did we?
Yes, you did something.
I don't know if Dave's like, you see control, he's still moving his hands.
Over there.
Okay.
What's the IC?
It's my.
Oh, that's your ability.
Penciling, remember, don't move together. Move.
Oh!
Oh! Well done, well done. Good job. All right. I want to see what the longest.
Wait, why was there only 4 presents the first time?
Oh no, there was also 8 presents this time.
Was there 8 presents?
You guys? Yeah.
We got them all.
Okay, I didn't get that many.
You were keeping the rats away while I was getting presents.
Okay.
You were bait.
That was bait.
So the best time you guys had was 1 minute and 14 seconds. Okay. Wait, sorry, 34 seconds.
To be fair, Dave and I played more Gemmatron than the rest of you.
Alright. Yeah, I noticed you guys were spinning very slowly. Like there were moments I felt like you could have went for it and like made a massive U-turn and get back to them.
That was pretty good.
Do you want to change the rope? What do you want the next?
I
think
have
that-
a good sense of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, time's quite.
So the baseline movement is really slow, but that makes the boost really matter.
Yeah.
And the fact that we're kind of like waddly gingerbread with it is fine. I felt it is really confusing to not be able to see the mice in the beginning when you're not expecting that, right? Like I know the whole thing with the glasses is hidden information, but it's weird to be like, where are the mice?
Yeah, there's a little bit of just like getting all the pieces.
Yeah.
Like once you, and I think that would go away. Well, it actually won't go away when you watch it because you don't have the experience. But I think just really getting like, hey, you can see each other, but you can't see them.
Right.
So it's just a little like just.
I think
learning.
working more on the intro sequence or on the pitch that you're going to give to audiences when it comes in is the main thing, right? Oh,
Yeah, we don't have an intro sequence.
It does feel like the tutorial is an opportunity possibly to put us together as opposed to separate us.
Yeah.
So we can like and what I could see doing is
It's
like
like trying out the ability.
we're all together. And it's like but now here's what you can see each other right now, but now like here's what you really see, and they go away or something like that.
Yeah.
The gameplay was like pretty compelling.
Yeah.
The teleport was actually when you were describing the powers, I did not expect the powers to be as balanced as I ended up feeling they were.
Yeah.
And it was like both of our powers are about getting out of a tight spot, and it was pretty effective.
It was also it's not necessarily gonna be intuitive to everybody what you like. As soon as I was like, Dave can teleport to me, then my job is to be as far away from Dave as possible to be in a safe space, right?
Yeah.
And not everybody's gonna get that, and then I have to use my boost to save myself because I can't do anything else, right?
Yeah.
But again, like. It might be nice just to have a little blurb being like, you are the speed mouse. Your job is to stay far away and then speed around to get out of trouble. You know, like something like that just like helps the players figure out basic strategy.
And the other side of this is just replay.
Yeah.
It definitely like the matches feel relatively long. Like we totally thought like the
those
match
first
ended,
4 presents.
and we were like, well, and even when our match ended fully, it was like that's a complete experience.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think the rematch idea, I might make it less of a baked in like best of 3, and it's more of a rematch thing. Like, do people like get the chance to rematch?
I think you only need 4 presents. I think it needs to be faster.
I think
But the second round. Sorry, no, go on.
Yeah.
For first time play,
Yeah.
like the amount of presents feels like a lot, but the tension on this is you also need time to learn how the mechanics work, and
Yeah.
and so like
So best of 3, 4 presents? No.
I think I think if I do that, I might do best of 3 shorter rounds.
Yeah.
And so like it's a little more focused strategy. I mean, that said, it was pretty satisfying to have some of like the bigger strategies play out. Like when you died, it sort of sucked because you were no longer like able to engage with it.
But that's why the game needs to be shorter too. So
Yeah.
if somebody dies quickly, then it's not just like
Yeah.
interminable waiting for your.
I mean, it was an interesting strategy on my part. It's like when you told me that it would warp me as far away as possible, I basically read that as I will leap across the map. And since the presents were sort of at the sides, it meant that I could go for the presents over there and then time a leap to the other presents with enough time for lagging on them so I could get them without them catching me.
Yeah.
And that was interesting. But it's also like I could see stuff if you really like longer matches. You could have like an internal like a setting which is like a beginner match and a veteran match. So if people come and they want to go for like the bigger one, I can see that. But especially for jury, I think it just wants to be a little bit faster, a little bit snappier.
Is 1 minute and 30 seconds per round too long? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I mean on paper it sounds short.
Yeah,
But in practice, it felt a little bit long.
I could see like one present appearing after you get the other ones, but that like you tell us like you get the red presents and then the gold present appears and if you get the gold present you win, right? But I don't think you want to have like a whole nother set that's just as long as the one you just did.
Gotcha.
One of the rats could ping radar, and the other one could pounce. Yeah.
Like the radar one was cool. Like she was talking a lot to be like, they're literally right here on this corner, right? Which was great. Being able to point at the table at things that the other player can't see is
That's
really
really
cool,
cool.
a really cool move, right?
Yeah. And was there a little dot that pinged when
Yes.
Yeah.
the radar pinged? Okay. So the feedback, and the sound effect of I see you was sort of like triggering that as well. So, yeah. I mean, overall, really it's just like a little bit of tuning.
Yeah. Rat players, how good did it feel?
I thought it was very fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, I mean, and it felt like they were just generating good moments.
Yeah.
Like there were a lot of good moments. Like you were really close.
Yeah.
And then either you got us or we snuck away.
And we're trying to like corner you together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, like, because one of the things I've noticed for the gingerbread man, the strategy is to divide and conquer, and for the rats, it should be like at least what I'm thinking is pincer maneuvers. Like once you spot someone, one person goes over here, one person over here, and lock down that quadrant.
That's what we were trying to do.
Like experienced players do that, and it should have been rat-sided, just from our playtesting. Like if you know that's a strategy to go for, but it's
But
yeah, like a
but
different.
most people are only going to play once.
Yeah,
right?
that's
And
what I kind of.
But that's okay. Like the balance is different when you're designing for people to walk up and figure it out rather
should
than
we have
veteran
like
players.
a veteran mode and like a
That's the
different
deal.
balance?
So just as in terms of like a strategy for development, if there's a mode that as a team you really like, but you recognize doesn't play well for naive players, then just don't make, like you can keep it, but it's not the default.
Right.
And maybe there's audiences that come in that are like, you're like, hey.
It's like, oh, Mike Crystal is
Extra
here. It's going to
challenge.
get real.
Yeah.
This is for pros only.
So it's partially like a psychological trick to convince yourselves, give yourself permission to make it easier, while still holding on to the harder mode you like.
Right. That's fun for like the team to play as opposed to just randos.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, one of my reactions when we went to the map was, whoa, there's a lot of stuff here. So it definitely feels a little bit busy. But all that said, like it was mostly workable. There's
The
like
parts that weren't clear is sometimes it felt like there was a gap that was like this big, and I was like, can I get through it or not? And mostly I found like, yeah, you can, right?
Yeah.
So, but there's some visual things that aren't necessarily clear about how big a gap has to be for you to be able to get through it. That's the only part that I worry about in terms of the art style.
Yeah. But overall, the experience was really good. I mean, we won, which helps a lot.
That's why Dave had trouble with the last geometry. It's like, I destroyed him.
The danger. Like,
Dangerous bias.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
So
No, overall, good use of the information too. I kind of wonder, like, as an audience, like, how does it feel watching? Because I'm
Watching the forescreen is weird, right?
they get to see.
but you can see
everything.
this, you can see everything, right?
They
Right.
see
Yeah.
basically.
The composite
see
image is
everything.
actually
Yeah.
like
Works
very
pretty well.
readable.
That's actually one of the basically what we intended because that way the audience, because you said there was
Gotcha.
gonna be audience, right?
So as an audience, you can see the drama
They see
in a
everything.
little bit different than the players do.
Yeah.
it's kind of cool. So it's kind of you have to hold your like. You want to say something like they're so close, but you just don't.
Because like we can't see them, right? We don't know how close the mice are.
Yeah. Cool. Good work.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Lunchtime.
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 Thank God.
Team 47. Team 46.
Okay, now we're on. I guess a third question.
46, right?
We're all
Team 58. Oh, so she's that they.
I mean, the other good thing about attaching them is you can spread them out, fix them just with the location. Like, yeah, essentially determine where people are staying.
Well, we can do stuff where we either mount it or sometimes we would take a piece of wood down, like,
Is Candace back?
or put the walls, or choices we can make. All right. All right. Welcome to the last 5 worlds of BBW. We're here at, as I mentioned, I think we have like 3 finish lines. We have today, then we have jury, and then we have festival. But today is like the graded finish line. So congratulations on getting here. It's been, I mean, I'll say, all the stuff you all are making is really crazy in all the good ways, and also like really different, and it's been really exciting to see. This is not like, oh look, it's just another VR world. It's like, now the team's doing this with this stuff. So, yeah, good work everyone. I think we're going to jump in, and mostly what we're talking about today is like what's working, but we're trying to give you feedback for jury.
Yeah, I do really want all the round 4 worlds to get past jury. So we're focusing specifically not on festival, but just how you can make it good enough to get into festival in the first place. And then we'll talk about festival after that.
It's like getting a job is about getting the interview right now, not about acing the interview yet.
Right.
All right, with that, which team?
Do we have time, like, in between now and jury to improve it, and then if it gets passed, there's time again between jury and festival?
That's exactly how it works.
We'll be giving some more details about jury, but the way it's going to work is,
Faculty and alumni are going to play it, you're going to host it up here in front.
yeah,
And
and
that's
if
basically
you
how
want to
it
make changes, you can make changes. Like the danger is you break it and it doesn't work anymore. But there is no, the deadline is really like jury. And so we're giving you a lot more agency in like how you make decisions about this. And our goal is to just give you guidance, help you predict jury a little bit better. The thing to know is jury will basically play your role once and they'll be fairly naive. But everyone in jury gets BBW. Like it's generally faculty or alumni, and the alumni like have been in BBW especially. So it's an audience that knows how this stuff works, but they don't necessarily have the time. They're not gonna like spend half an hour figuring things out. So you want to be thinking first playthrough, relative naive guess in terms of like knowing the world, but you can expect that the jury will be pretty good about understanding technology.
And they also want you to succeed.
Yeah,
right? That's the other thing. Like they want all of the worlds to be really awesome.
And jury expects that a team can do some like little things to make it better by festival. Yeah. So one of the ways I often think about where to put attention is if it's obvious what you would do, like oh we just need to like have like
more dolphins.
We
need more dolphins.
More dolphins, or like just a start screen. Then don't necessarily do it because you just know it's really clear what you would do. But the things that are not obvious that will change the experience.
Like these two parts of the game don't fit together. Like that's one where you're gonna have to figure it out. Whoever gets to jury so they don't worry about that. Sorry.
Anyway, we'll talk more on Thursday night.
Yeah.
With that, we're gonna start with
Team 52.
52. Come on down.
All right. 2 guests, 1 keyboard.
1 PC, 1 VR.
I was in
It's just blank. You went on?
Am I gonna be over there or over here? Where
In a minute.
no. Oh, I'm.
I don't know who's VR.
Dave VR. We're doing VR. Not ready to start thinking about the next one.
I mean, with Derek, but the semesters don't start.
I'm going to stop streaming now. Things keep coming and they don't stop.
Don't watch it yet. Has to be at the same time.
Yeah, but we only have one computer, so I need to download it.
But can you set up a receiver?
Yeah.
All right.
Probably
okay.
need to communicate, so you need a mic for
I can try. It'll probably be hard for me to get mic'd up. I can hear. I'll just shout.
okay.
Only shooting stars, Dave. Only shooting stars. Let's do it. Sorry, we're trying to launch a few things at once, Dave.
We're just hanging out here and nothing bad happened to the space station. Oh no.
You're just drinking bubble tea in the space station and then something goes wrong.
Red lights are good.
Oh no! Let's proceed with some caution.
All right, I'm in.
I'm not seeing anything at the moment. I'm still seeing the intro. Okay. I mean, that's okay. We can do that.
Space station speaking.
Space station, this is Na. This is an.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know, Dave.
To here or two? Okay. And kind of. Okay. Restart the two words. This one. Yeah.
You want me to move?
Can you start checking?
What?
Space station speaking.
Space station, emergency alert. Space debris is heading towards the station. I repeat, the space debris is heading towards the station.
That looks like a Godzilla movie. That's basically. Maybe start with
Restart on my end. Is this good?
Now it'll start on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
How do you start Now you can do the side quest. Oh, can you do that?
Can you make the full screen?
Yeah.
No, you're good. So it is resolved.
Okay.
Alright, I will go.
I think so. I'm gonna sit down.
Alright.
So yeah, there's some space debris we hear.
We're getting banged up here. Alright, our ship's been damaged.
Oh no. Oh. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, wait. I got an intro screen I have to watch first.
Space station speaking.
Space station, this is Na. This is an emergency alert. Space debris is heading towards the station. I
Oh,
repeat,
no.
the space debris is heading towards the station.
There it goes.
Is just a giant hole on the side of the space station? Would it be okay?
That sounds bad.
No, I mean, nothing's banging something right now.
Okay, I just got a joke, Dave. Why did the sun go to school?
I don't know. Why I hope it wasn't cramping.
No, it's to get a little brighter. Why did the astronaut break up with his girlfriend?
I don't know.
Because she needed some space. Okay. Oh nope, that's just the riddles again. I've got an emergency protocol. I got a lot of jokes. That don't seem helpful right now.
Well, I got a note taped to my screen here, which is like, must put the battery in the right order.
Okay.
The right order is like got some stars, right? But
So I have a digital manual for when the ship gets hit by space debris and loses power. Is that what's going on?
I don't know if we're losing power. We did get hit by space debris.
Okay, when the ship gets hit by space debris and loses power, must tell the pilot the instructions in this exact sequence or prepare for chaos. You ready for them?
I'm in chaos.
Okay, pilot must follow the sequence accordingly. If the red light is on, is the red light on?
Maybe. I think there's a kind of a reddish light over here. Let's say yeah. The red
Okay, so you need to place the batteries in this order. First, we need nuclear power.
nuclear power. I think it's like this atom thing.
Probably, yeah. Number one, nuclear power. Number two, electricity. Should have a lightning bolt on it or something like that. Okay, next we need cosmic energy, which is like it's like a crystal-y thing. It's like, sort of like a 3D Jewish star.
I'm gonna guess.
And then we need burn some dinosaurs.
Yeah, algae.
Algae, okay, yeah.
I think dinosaurs. Yeah, we're actually correct.
Okay, so we did that. Did it work?
They snap into place and they look like they're happy.
Okay. So far I have blue light, green light. Those are my only options, so.
I think something keeps sort of happening. I think do that again.
Do what? That was me flipping pages, I think. I think that's just weird sound. Okay, I also have a manual for the ship gets hit by debris and gets a hole, but you have to fix it from the outside, but good luck.
Am I going outside?
Do you need to do that? Okay. Is the red light still on?
The red light seems to be going on and on. It's like on now,
Okay.
then it will like flash off.
Okay.
Right? Then keep back on.
So the first thing I need you to push, there should be some panel with some like squares on it and like.
Like a number pad thing.
Yeah. Okay. So the first thing you push is one that looks like a 5-sided die. What? Oh, the light should be blue? Okay, thank you. So never mind. You ready to push some buttons?
Yeah.
Okay. The first one looks kind of like a T with a little Y hanging off the bottom of it. Looks like a number 7, maybe?
7. Okay. Yeah. 7.
Okay. The next one looks like a cross.
Like an 8 maybe.
Who knows?
Very abstract 8.
Very abstract. Then a 6,
I can do 6.
and then a D.
Uppercase, lowercase.
Uppercase D.
All right.
Did that do anything?
Try to enter.
Sure, why not?
Oh wait, it says start or grant. Grant. I think-
Grant?
Oh, the door's open.
Sweet, now you're gonna go out into space.
Do I really want to do that?
I think so. Now I have a manual for when the pilot's outside fixing a hole and I'm somehow in charge of steering the ship to avoid more debris and save their life. What could go wrong? Dot file.
Is there space for me? Just like making sure.
Okay, so keep talking. Okay, check the ship's name. It should be written on the side of the ship in some weird symbols.
Yeah, it looks like a weird, like, smiley face with a tongue sticking out.
Okay, I got that one first. How do I, let's see, do I just, okay, what's next? Star.
And then a 3 with a snake on top.
3 with a snake on top, okay.
And then an H merged with a triangle and a half circle.
Yeah, I got what you mean. Okay, we must press this button at the exact same time. You ready to press the button? Okay, ready? 1, 2. Okay. You've got to find this button. 1, 2, 3, press. I don't know. Time to show off your driving skills. I have to dodge all comets and space debris. Oh no. We're just getting hit by a bunch of space debris as we're flying through space.
Honestly, it's actually kind of okay out here.
Okay. Whoa. 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Save the ship.
All right. I should walk across the gap.
Oh, crap. All right, now there's tape right on your desk.
Okay, I just got roll credits, so I think we're done. But your part's not done, huh?
I don't know. There's like a giant little duct tape. And as I
Is that what you're going to fix the ship with?
it's like right in front of you.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll hand it to you.
Yeah, I don't know if it won't let me grab it.
That's too bad. Maybe it's like an infinite pile of duct tape.
I guess what is like there we go.
Oh, it looks like you might be floating in space forever. I might have left you behind.
But I'm right here.
Bye. Thanks for the fixing the ship.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Walk over here.
it was actually pretty compelling.
Yeah.
We were talking a lot. I feel like our coordination was pretty essential.
Yeah.
I
really liked all the weird symbols we had to put in because it meant I had to describe them. I couldn't just say what they were, and same for you.
Yeah. And I liked, the world is just weird enough. Like it's clearly not taking itself very seriously, but it's got enough of the stuff in the right places that I'm working with it. I'm in the space. Like actually having to walk outside was like a nice little moment. And so like the world you've built is just believable enough to support the world we're going through.
The fact that we're putting 3 passcodes in is basically the entire
Yeah,
gameplay.
and we're just like talking back and forth, and like you're trying to like describe what the batteries are, and it was interesting. Like it wasn't like brain surgery, right? But because I needed your help, you needed my help, and it was relatively clear how to do it. It was pretty satisfying.
The only part that was weird was the me dodging asteroids thing, where Dave didn't have anything to do, and I don't know what to add to that section to make it, because it's just like a fun little bit of arcade play for the person on the desk, but there's not an equivalent. Like if somehow Dave had to hold on to the ship while we were doing something crazy, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
I see. So you're holding the ship together with duct tape while we're flying through an asteroid field.
That does make sense from the view I had.
Okay, cool.
And I liked just like how simple and clear that was. I went outside and there's a roll of duct tape over there, and it was both. It made sense, and it's like, oh, I probably use that to fix holes. And so I think you made some really good choices about just keeping it clear, because the confusion you want isn't like, what's going on in my space? What is that? You want us to be confused about the right things.
Yeah.
And I think all that stuff was working. Is the arcade console used for anything? Okay. I mean, it was just there in space. Once we got moving, it wasn't really a distraction. I was just curious if there was something that we were going to do with it. But yeah, it was a pretty compelling experience. Definitely, like, the amount of space you're using a very large boundary space, and that kind of like caused some problems. And so I would want you to tighten it, literally, bring it in a little bit. I guess for jury, you don't necessarily need to do that, but you need to make sure that the boundary space is protected. And it probably is a bit big for the space we'd have for jury, because the duct tape was literally here, and the button was all the way over Nina's head. And so like I had to like watch out for that.
Yeah.
And so I didn't need to travel that much. I could because the world was that big, but
Yeah. So making it a smaller space.
yeah. If we did, so if we push the button together, what does that do?
So it's the illusion of connection. It's basically you're playing two different games, so we're trying to give it the illusion that's connected. So it's a timer for both, basically for the end and scenes to play at the same time.
Gotcha. Okay. So like there's a little bit of like because the worlds aren't really networked together, they aren't communicating.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a trick to get them to line up.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I think that's a little bit of a space thing. The one little thing was what light is on wasn't super clear. And so like if I were doing something for jury, I would make a much clearer light. Because of all the stuff we talked about, like the question of is the light on, I was the least sure about that one.
The light part was good though because it makes it variable, right?
Yeah.
Is that right? So that way it won't be the same every time. So if you watch somebody else play, the passwords won't be the same and all that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
right? So that part's a good thing to have done.
I mean, some things to watch out for. It feels a little long, but it feels like it has a good chance of just going smoothly. And even like in failure, it was a pretty compelling experience. And so I would mostly just be watching for jury of like, are there any little things that will trip people up? I think the boundary is probably the big one. Like if people are unable to get to things, like that's kind of like a crash bug.
The other thing is the last interaction, because we spend the whole game coordinating our actions together, and then at the very end you want us to do two things separately at the same time is really counterintuitive to how you've set up the expectations of the audience, right? And so if you can somehow figure out how the duct tape part and the whatever I'm doing over here part can be more something that we talk about and do together, I think it'll make the experience, the end of the experience, better.
The idea was to like have it so like if the meters hit, the chip shakes, so that will make the duct taping harder.
Yeah. It didn't quite work this time, right? And so I think either you can nail that or you can figure out some other interaction where the two players are working together,
Yeah.
right?
But this is a good example where the world doesn't need to be that complicated for us to have a compelling experience. Like you did some really good choices on simple interactions that just required communication, and it played well because of that. I had no trouble like knowing what to say and what to talk about because there was a good guidance on both sides.
You can also imagine having multiple people here, like trying to figure out whatever the thing is together, right? And that would be fine, and that would increase playthrough and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, cool. Anyway, good work.
Cool. Yep. All right. Next.
I'll be red, sure. I mean, truthfully, like strawberry is the best flavor here, so. Watch it. I mean, one more.
So there's 3 teams, right?
All right, I'm a red witch. All right, we do it with like A to pass jelly. All right, which one am I? All right, I'm the one with the ball. All right, pass it down. All right, what is that? All right, let's keep it going, keep it moving. Never stop. Oh wait, what's up? Pass it. Oh, wait, oh no! Here we go. Send it back. You gotta stop purples at that. Long passes.
Come on, Mint, I believe in
nice
you.
Bounce.
Oh no, Strawberry's catching up. Is there really 42 seconds left? That seems really
nice.
long.
Another one. All right. Through there. Pass. Oh, nice. Look at an explosion. Ah! All right. Pass. Here it comes. Up to there. Oh. Oh.
18, 17, 16.
Oh, nice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo!
At the last minute, that was really good. Cool.
We have many long passes.
Yeah, I'll try.
You guys defend the honor of Strawberry. When you push A, it's like you have to go in sequence. When you push A, it'll vibrate your controller to know you're the one controlling it. If it hasn't vibrated yet, it's not good. Just having the controllers labeled for colors and pass them around would be a lot faster. I do appreciate the fact that it's kind of like a little bit of a jazzy soundtrack, like joining the jam. Hey.
Yeah, I suppose that happens if you pick green team first. Yeah, that would just be on green side.
Avoid green tea.
that when we can start moving. It's just left stick and A. Oh, I think sorry.
I think if you hit someone with your little blob, it makes a big splatter too. Yeah, so it's like a little strategic reason. Catching up. Percentages. Nice. There we go. Oh. I would say strawberry is not doing very well at all. What are those like shimmery bubbles?
Oh, they blow up.
Oh, they're like big little. Oh, nice. Oh man, green's pulling ahead. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Six seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo. You had to lead like a few times.
What?
You had to lead like once. All right. Let's go ahead and talk about this. I'm gonna quit out. All right.
Hey, so making a party game for festival is really good idea.
Yeah.
Making two-player co-op party game for festival, even better.
Yeah.
Basic mechanics seem like they work. The controls seem fine to me.
Yeah, actually, it controlled really well. You had some subtle depth. So if I'm thinking about the things you can do, like the basic one is you can pass the magical jam ball between you.
Yeah.
If it hits somebody else, then it'll stun them and make a little splash, right? And then there's
So
another.
kind of PvP encouraging.
Yeah, so like you kind of want to disable the other team if you can. And then another one is like you have these little shimmery balls. If you have your jam ball hit those, it'll make a big splash, right? And then the center thing, it'll bounce off of that and come back to you, so you can sort of like maybe. I could see using that to maybe make some fast.
I was doing like a little flash painting
Yeah.
and then throwing it so that kind of like do a little bit of on both sides. Yeah.
Yeah. And it all this stuff just
The
seemed to work really
percentage
well.
worked pretty well
Yeah.
overall. It was hard to tell watching it how exactly it was measuring percentage, but it seemed to be relatively accurate.
Yeah, I believed the game.
You believe it?
Was my
Okay.
reactions like the numbers are going up. I have no way visually to like double check it.
Right.
But it seemed reasonable. It seemed accurate. At the very least, it seemed like
in the ballpark.
The game seemed confident in those numbers. We were sort of talking. The one thing about it's a little slow is the whole character select moment.
It's beautiful and gorgeous and really enthralling, but it also just takes way too long.
Yeah, and I could see Jury being like, everything's great. You
Cut
should
the intro.
remove the intro and just have the characters assigned to controllers and then label the controllers. And so people pass the controllers as opposed to select different characters.
You could still do something with that kind of like opening animated sequence because it'd be too ashamed to lose all of it, right? I don't know what exactly you would do with
what
it,
I would
but
do is
something.
Every time someone just like hits A to be ready, like their witch flies up and does the same thing. But instead of doing this whole selection team thing, every controller is pre-assigned to a team.
Right.
Because it's a really nice.
There's like 2 green controllers, 2 purple controllers, and 2 red
So
controllers.
it's a really cute way to get started, but it is because you've sort of like had to build this like almost like asynchronous, like one person gets to pick the character now and we all wait. It's just a little slow.
And people are going to be jumping on this ready to play right after watching the previous round.
The actual experience, like the timing, the gameplay length, it feels really good. Like it felt like the right thing. The only other thing I might do is make like the last 15 seconds more obvious. Because you really want people to be like, okay, now is the time to like take the lead. And if you're watching, you can get that. But it'd be nice if the world was like 10, 9.
Right. Or that's the part where the music speeds up, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, go, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But man, like it works really well. It's 6 guests. And actually, it's a really good audience thing to watch.
Yeah.
Because it's nice and clear. Like you've got these 3 teams and they're moving. They animate when they move up.
Yeah.
And so, there's this tension of, is the team that's in the lead going to stay in the lead or is someone going to take over their space?
Like honestly, I kind of want to give you this screen for festival, right? So that way you can have like the 6 people up here and everybody's looking at it. But we'll see how it works out in terms of space, right? But it's really good, in fact, that a bunch of people can watch it and be excited about it.
Yeah.
So.
It plays really well on the main screen. And there's a chance that jury would be like, yeah, like let's do something like that. Very polished, like very like well iterated controls, and it was fun.
Yep. Nice work.
Yeah, good job.
Yep.
Grease versus Succubus. Is that where we are? Okay.
Would you like to calibrate the eye tracker?
Sure. Alright, so am I over here?
The dots aren't appearing, but that's okay. Oh, it's not seeing it. Is it the lighting?
So it looks like Oh wait, is this even plugged in?
That's a good question. Nope.
Yeah, this isn't, because it's not turned on.
Oh, it is. Now it is. Okay.
Oh, now, okay.
Move down. Put each dot until it explodes. Might have to redo it. It's having trouble. It's doing okay, so right now. No, it's not. Oops, no detection. Let's try again. Nope, no detection. I don't know, it's not sensing my eyes. Now it is. Weird. Nope. It's okay. It could be the lighting, having this light right down on it. But we can try to cut it off if it's not working. Hat. No. Nope. I'm wondering if it's the light. Yeah. Hey Jesse, can you change the lighting? See if I can not have a light directly behind me. Just like hit one of the buttons on the wall there. Just pick one. What? The eye tracker? Okay. I don't think we want to be in the dark though, right? Because it needs to see your pupils, right? I just unplugged it and plugged it back in. Just cut it.
Just click like escape, maybe, and then try reopening.
Try again. Dave. doesn't even show anything right now.
finding the eyes.
Turn the light back on. What if you put all the lights on?
Like, doesn't it usually glow red when it's plugged in?
Oh, it got eyes.
Oh, okay, it's got it now.
Seems like part of it's just the angle that's taped on. Working now, for as long as we can get it to work.
Okay. Worst case, you can unplug the eye tracker and you can move your mouse around where you are.
Okay, we'll see how we do.
Yeah.
Okay for now. Okay, let's give it a shot. Switch controller, just to
Yeah.
shake it all up.
Because it's my own controller.
That's what I have too, it's fine.
Okay. Oh yeah, we should
All right.
explain how to play because there's no tutorial. So you use this joystick to move. This one will rotate the camera left and right.
Okay.
And you are staring at NPCs. There will be like a little UI that shows you how long to do it for.
Okay.
And then they will fall in love. You can click game start when you're ready.
Okay.
For you move around.
How do you want me to hold the controller?
This label on the top.
Clicker is not working.
So the direction you point the joystick is the direction you are moving in and facing. That yellow indicator is your preaching area.
Yep.
So if you want to start preaching, you hit the 0 button. Then you will see a series of buttons to
Okay.
hit. You hit that button and you will preach.
Cool. Should I hit start?
Yeah, you hit start. Oh, this sound is working. That sound is not working. Wait.
Is it? All right, I'm looking for people.
Yeah.
I think. Wait, is that a person? Did I get them? I think. Come on, people. Ah!
Stop converting the people I've converted.
Do I know if they're my people or not?
You converted? Oh, here we go.
I don't know if that's working.
You have to wait a little bit after you see the full thing in order to start pressing the buttons. Now start.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it. 0? Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, I lost. I think.
Let's do it again.
All right, let's do it again. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you have to quit. The replay doesn't work. You'll
Oh, it
have to
doesn't?
quit the... Do you want to switch?
I think Dave should have a chance to learn how to do
Yeah.
it.
I'll play it again.
The output's correct. Yeah, no, it's an issue with the...
How do we restart?
What should I?
Oh, go back to team 47 in round 4. Final team 47 folder. And just, yeah. And then you should just be able to paste.
It's still running on my computer.
Can you just hit like all that?
Okay.
All right.
We want to fix the music.
All right. We doing this?
Do it. I'm ready.
to you. All right, these guys are here. Come on, be mine. More people.
The what? Oh yeah.
I want a crowd. I want like a cluster of people.
Okay. Yeah.
The yellow eyes are mine. All right, you're mine. Don't need more of you. Come on. Those are mine. Those are mine. Get out of my way. What? Ah. All right.
Whoa.
Woo! I won.
That was really close.
Cool.
Yep. Great talk.
Let's talk about it.
Yep.
There was background music, I think, is broken the builds.
That's totally fine. Don't worry about it.
Is it in your video?
No, it's not on our video. We can take a new one.
Okay.
And we can upload it.
Yeah, so
Gameplay worked pretty well. I ended up not being able to use the eye tracker because the mouse was somehow overriding it.
okay.
So it was just like kind of Wolfensteining in the middle of the screen there.
Okay.
But that's fine.
And I guess my controls, I was moving around, and then I was using it was like a little bit of a pattern memory game where it's like, do these 3 things and then do them and capture.
Yeah.
I actually like the little activity was compelling.
Yeah.
I liked the tension of like watching the meter and
The
trying to
bar
get
was
more.
good. Yep.
There was a little bit of a game which is, can I get a lot of people all at once?
Yep.
And so I wanted.
I can only do one at a time. So
Yeah,
even
so
if I have a cluster of them, by the time I converted one of them, the other ones have already walked away.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out, can I get 3 of them all at once?
What I did find was there are certain walking paths that they have where they would walk down a hallway and then turn around and walk back. And if I positioned myself in the right space, I could catch them as they turned around and get multiple ones in a row that way. There's also a thing about where they spawn. They tended to spawn, I think, mostly on one side of the hall, but maybe they did on both sides. But in the beginning, you can sort of camp where they spawn and try to get a bunch of them as they come in. But that was the main strategies I had.
I never got a sense of where they were coming from.
Yeah.
Partly because my camera view is different.
Yeah.
So I'm just
You're
walking
not
the hallways,
seeing them wander.
hoping to find people.
Yeah.
Yeah. The I think our asymmetric activities were interesting.
Yeah.
And it feels like it was reasonably well balanced.
Yeah, I was really close to winning. I just needed 2 more seconds to stare at this person.
I'm definitely I think my controls need some explanation because the interface looks like I should just be following the blinks, but I need to stop and wait. But I liked the way you made the controls match the roles as well.
Did it seem harder for you to convert people that I'd already converted?
I don't know.
Because mine was obviously slower. When I tried to convert people that had golden eyes, it took a lot longer than people who are blank.
Do I get a
slates.
longer pattern to follow or what?
It's only slightly longer for the priest. The succubus has a bit more of a difficulty spike. So yeah, you should have had only 2 symbols if they were not seduced, and if they were, you would have had an extra symbol.
Yeah. I think some of it is there's a little bit of a learning curve to get going, and then once we were moving, we didn't interact too much. It's sort of I was just doing my own thing. You're kind of doing your own thing.
I do feel like I want a map that shows me where the priest is and what direction he's looking. That would be really helpful in terms of just strategizing about where to position myself.
I
and who to
kind
go
of
after.
want a map of just the distribution of people.
Yeah, and which ones are whose people, color coded or something. But again, that's stretch goal stuff, right?
Yeah.
That might be really hard.
For jury specifically, I do think you want to make sure that the 2 guests know how to use their controls.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of fragility here. Is make sure the eye tracker works, and
And
like
that it's
making
not being overridden by the mouse.
Yeah,
is what
and making sure the guest who's got the little book knows how to use it. I think beyond that, like the feedback is really good. The sound effects are really solid. When I didn't know what I was doing, I was worried there was like the feedback was bad, but the truth was I just wasn't doing anything right. And so like the feedback is actually pretty good when you convert people. The other little piece is just the ending is like the interest curve just sort of like flattens out.
It does, yeah.
And so it's not obvious what escalation for jury would be.
There's not really a catch-up mechanic either if you're like really far behind.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that would look like either, except spawning a bunch of blank slate people that makes it easier for people to catch up maybe. But it would be fine. I mean, it's short enough, right?
Yeah.
That I think you could run it multiple times if you needed to.
Yeah, I think it.
I'm not sure. It doesn't feel like an experience that you want to. I mean, maybe twice, but 3 times seems like a lot.
Well, and for jury, I would let jury ask to play it again, right? So this is a situation where it's not, in theory, once you have it running, it's not too hard to run it again. And you'd rather jury wants to play it again and just restart it than you have to play it again and jury doesn't want to. And so I think you want to, it's safer and easier to just restart it to play again than to build a structure around it so you do it again.
One thing you might consider is from the succubus perspective, the people just seem to come in through the walls. It might be nice to have like, even if it's just like a half circle that's black, that's like a doorway so that you know where the people are coming from, right? Might just be nice as a really simple model to just like add some visual clarity to what's happening.
Yeah. I think one of the things I'm feeling is there's some subtle stuff that you're doing that I sort of missed. And so the fact that the characters are harder to get if they're taken over is, I would wonder if there's a way to make that a little clearer. And I think some of this is just like, can you iterate a little bit the priest's memory mechanic? And if the difference is the number of symbols,
maybe the extra symbol is like glowing red to show that they've been corrupted by the succubus before.
Yeah,
something,
I could see like if you can make it really clear there's an extra one added in. And one thing that confused me a little bit was the 0 button. So I guess tell me how the priest works. I push the 0 button to activate, and then I get a pattern. And the pattern may include the 0 button as well.
That is a bug. It's supposed to always end with a 0.
Gotcha.
It's started acting up.
So I think that's just where some of my confusion with the priest was, is that it was still a little inconsistent. Yeah. I wasn't too sure if I need to press it again and all that stuff. And so that's the priest just wants to be clear, is the main thing I'd focus on.
Yeah, and then figure out a way to make the ending a little tenser. Like, do people move around faster? Is there, you don't have to escalate much, but it'd be nice to escalate that the game is ending before you get to the because I stopped paying attention to the timer, and when it ended, it surprised me both times. So something that indicates that the end is coming would be nice.
Yeah, and some of the ways that you can do escalation is you could introduce a new type of person, which is harder to get but worth more.
Yeah.
And so if you had,
angels show up, right? And they take more time to convert slightly, but they are worth 10 points or something.
And the nice thing is you have a system in place for harder to convert, and so you could just reuse that, and then the point value of them is proportionally bigger than just something that's hard to convert, and just that little bit of difference might help the escalation.
But the reason I said angels is it fits in with the imagery you already have, and also people with wings are going to be clear. They're not the same as the people who don't have wings, or whatever, right?
But man, the visuals of this are really good.
The visuals got really strong.
It's really clear. The tone of it is really good. It feels polished. There's definitely some little bits in the mechanics that want to be a little bit more polished, but overall it feels very.
The movement
complete.
felt good.
The controls were really good. So
the vision
a lot
felt
of really
good.
good iteration.
A lot of the stuff that you did is really working.
Yeah. So overall,
good job.
Good work.
The sound effects cues are really good too. We didn't talk about sound, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
people who haven't played games yet, come on down.
What are the controls? Oh, yeah. Maybe smaller. I'm stuck. Maybe smaller. I'm good. Okay. Alright, well, make me bigger. There we go. Alright, I need smaller now. Small. Make it small. Small. I'll make you bigger. You control me. Alright. There we go. Okay, we're in. We're in. Alright. Hang it out. Alright, we're doing this. I guess small and through. Maybe big. Maybe big, maybe big. Maybe big? Yeah, yeah. Knock this down. Bigger. Ah, right. There we go. Do you size it up? Yeah. Yeah. Go down. Okay. Alright. Big. I'm trying to. I'm good up here. I'm good. Good. I'm just going
Can I make them smaller?
There we go. I'm gonna take these macaroons out. And the points. No. All right, can you get through there?
Yeah.
All right, you get those.
It's gonna go fast, but I got it.
Jam myself in there. All right. I'm going ahead too. Whoa. Oh, we're traveling on like a little thing. Are we really balancing?
I can't even tell where I am.
Wait. Whoa. No, I think we're traveling on like a shared thing.
Are we? I just landed finally. Can you move over to my side?
Well, I want to get these coins. I think we change our sizes to balance things out.
Oh, do we?
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's your fault. My fault. Is it maybe big to bounce off of this?
I think so. All right. Maybe big. Try. Okay, wait. All right. Go down, size.
There we go. Did you make it?
I made it. All right. Now we got. What are we doing here? We like knock these down?
Gotta get back up on this thing.
I don't know.
I'm kind of stuck here.
Let's try. Can we knock down these eclairs? Let's try. It feels like we should really knock them down. Like just like in level design. I don't know. Maybe not.
Not this thing. Like there's a bridge.
These eclairs are like because they have a little cylinder on top. All right, let's do the one you're doing.
I'm pushing it. Somebody help me.
There we go. All right.
90 degrees small.
Maybe just yeah. I don't know. Let's go. Like we gotta run for it. Or are we supposed to somewhere else? It's like a dead end.
Need a camera.
I need to be much bigger. Yeah.
Jumping off the blue ones. Nice.
Moving up. Yay! Okay. All right. So 2v2 Jelly Dessert World.
Yeah.
It was pretty compelling. We were talking the whole time. Like we're going back and forth about being bigger and smaller.
The hardest part was the tower at the end was confusing.
Yeah, the two things I would think about are the controls are a little frustrating. Like jumping kind of sucks. And I think part of it is like my character's always bouncing and it feels like the jumping is interfering with the bouncing. But I just want the controls to be a little tighter. And then the length of the experience, it feels kind of long. And I like the variety you've introduced, like that the moment where we're like riding this balancing thing.
That was really super weird to me because I teleported to where you were.
I guess
that was really disconcerting.
It was like the buggiest part of the whole experience. Like it was unclear what's happening, and it was just like it felt like that was a few iterations away from working. That said, I like the idea of it. Like,
the idea is good.
I think the progression and variety you have is interesting.
It feels like the cookie boat shouldn't leave until both the players are there, and then it can start sailing down.
Yeah. But all that said, like the different ways we cooperate and the way we like strategize is pretty compelling.
Yep.
And there's a little bit of like, are we gathering coins? Are we trying to get more points? It was a little unclear, ultimately, like what victory was. Like I was watching it, we were much more on the collecting coins side of the strategy.
Yep.
But I sort of didn't care too much about like how much our strategy was the right strategy. And the problem solving and like just working things out was pretty compelling.
Yep.
And so for jury, the thing I would like the controls being a little frustrating is probably one of the barriers to watch for. And that sort of just ties into the world can be this long if it's all really smooth. Like if there's no frustrating points, but I think the fact that it's long and there's points that are a little like sticky that just don't quite work, it kind of interferes with that. So it's a choice on the team. Do you like shorten the experience down to the parts that are that work the best, or do you make the parts that are not working as well better so it all works in the same way? And it's kind of like a trade-off choice for jury. But I would say you have more content than jury is looking for in terms of like just the size of the
What he's saying is you could cut everything that doesn't work.
Yeah.
And you'd get past jury, and then it would give you time to try to make other things work if that's what you wanted to do. Right.
And I mean, ultimately, I like the simplicity of I have to rely on you to change my size.
Yeah.
And you don't know my circumstances. And so I've got to talk to you and bug you about, hey, make me big again.
You do need a little bit of tutorial at the beginning, right? That explains how it works and what the premise is. Like, you are two blobs gathering coins in Candyland. Like, you need to say that to the players, right? And you need to say, you control each other's size, right?
And
like,
one thing that you also are missing is feedback on when you get bigger or smaller. So it's a very silent moment of, I just hope the button is working. And there are times where I'll glance at your screen and I don't have a good context of like how big you are.
Yeah.
And so I think we're mostly just sort of slamming the button, hoping that we did enough.
it would be really great to have haptic feedback on the controller when I'm making Dave a different size. Because that way, at least I would know that I'm using this crazy, weird, magical power that I have, right?
Well, and absent that, I could just see a little like +1 appear and a -1 appear on my own screen when I get bigger or smaller, so I know it's working.
That would be fine too.
Like, it's just a little bit of like, what is cheap but obvious?
Or like a little shine effect that's just like, you are getting bigger,
But
you're getting
the
smaller.
overall level design is pretty compelling. You got, like I mentioned, you got a good variety, like the balance of like knocking over things to get coins, getting on things. It felt a little bit loose, but a lot of times the looseness was working with it for it.
If you want us to knock down those eclairs, you should make it impossible for us to go past them without doing it, right? Like there's small tweaks you can make to the level design, but again, part of that's just like deciding what of all of this you want to make the core of the experience, right?
Yeah. I love the fact that it's 2v2. Like it's a good, like 4 guests have a pretty good time with this. So anyway.
Nice work.
Last BBW World of 2024.
Does someone
Treasure
have
chest.
wait, does someone have a map?
I do.
Can you tell me where the coins are?
I think the map is in the middle.
No, the map is. I got a map here. We need to move that ship out of the way somehow.
Which ship?
Blocking us. This pirate ship right here.
It's metal, right?
Oh, is it metal?
Where do we blow it up?
Blow it.
Wait, it's floating up
Oh, we're
against
pulling
us.
it out of the way. Let's go over here.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
Can you pull it somewhere where we can get past it? Right
Yeah,
now? It
I'm
seems like
pulling it. I'm pulling it.
Okay, let's put it over here where
Well,
this.
you're moving too fast for me to.
Sorry.
Everybody.
Pull it. It's stuck. We trapped ourselves.
It's stuck.
Can we pull this wood piece instead? Can we blow it up?
I don't know.
Let's pull the wood piece out of the way.
Wait, what? How does magnet put? Okay.
It's a
Partial metal.
That's it. All right, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay, ready? We're gonna pull it.
Oh, wait, just try to. Hold on. Okay, I'm. There we go.
Is that something?
Alright.
I'm gonna just trap ourselves again.
I'm gonna try to go around it.
Guys, we're gonna trap ourselves again.
What are you doing?
No, okay. Wait.
Push
Magnet, what are you doing?
Okay.
Shoot it.
Shoot it. Why is it I don't know which direction it's on.
I got it. This week is through. We're still gonna get around this thing. Okay, here we go. Let's go.
Okay, now do I pull it back?
This is very dramatic.
Where do I want to do something. Tilt the crab.
Oh,
Wait.
Get treasure.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, Amy.
Oh, giant fish.
Kill the fish. Who's the shooter?
I believe with the stun.
Oh, treasure.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah.
Get the treasure. Yes, turn around. We're gonna head down this other passage. Oh, we got 12 seconds.
Treasure.
Okay, that might be it, team. It was nice knowing you all.
You can select your team name.
Oh, such nice.
Smell something.
Smell something.
How do you fall off?
It's easy. I will see.
I'm like an A or an O.
Suicide.
You want to play again? Where's the keyboard?
We're gonna try to get.
Where's the keyboard? Keyboard. Where's the keyboard?
Do you want to talk about it? I think we can talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright.
So you've iterated on a game that was already working really well. I found in this version it was harder for me to see where the captain's part was. It's the smallest of all of them, and I had a hard time figuring out where I was in the whole thing. I would suggest having this be roughly the same size as the others, but that's my only feedback on that. I think steering felt really good overall. The mini map, it took me a while to figure out that it was there, and so I think some kind of orientation or setup, or just somebody being here being like, do you know there's a mini map here? That would be fine too, right? Part of it is about how you host it in the space. It's not just about what the digital thing.
Yeah, and we sort of just jump. I mean, you just jump in, and so there's not time to really learn all the details of the roles. And so, like as the gun, it took me probably 2/3 of the experience to realize I had ammo, which were these mines on the side, and there's a recharge time, and so I was unsure if it just wasn't responding or what.
Yeah, you might need a short, like, 10-second orientation part in the beginning where people just practice and figure out what all the things do.
And there's a little bit of, like for this, if you had an effect, like it just sort of like did like a weak little puff of like when it had no ammo, and when it actually shot something, it was like a different effect. It would reinforce the fact that I hit the button, but nothing happened, versus I shot something and it was effective.
Right.
But like this is all just like little details of like how to reinforce how the roles work and what they do. What does the light do?
Stun.
Stun.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it gets very dark at the bottom. You guys didn't get to the like. so it's way more important.
We trapped ourselves in the boat.
Yeah.
The objects were really big, to move, which in some ways is good, but it felt like we needed an easy early one so that we got the idea that you could move the big objects around, and then we could have been more successful later on at trying to figure out how to move the big ones.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's going to be really easy to trap yourself.
Is there so you got an idea of a score at the end, but there was no sense of like an actual score in the middle, and is there a number?
It's the treasure.
What I'm wondering is, there's sort of like a question between, do you want it to be a little bit abstract, so you don't really know, or do you want a team to be able to be chasing a high score? And it's a little bit of a choice of, if you give me a number, I can use the number to judge have I reached the threshold.
Does the
number.
magnet has the
Yeah,
number?
yeah. They have a number. Okay.
Yeah.
So they can report.
But they have to talk. We have to talk to each other more about it.
We're hoping that like if it gets replayed, once the first team gets through it and any watchers can see there's a scoreboard, it will kind of incentivize them.
I think some of that stuff will be learned on replay, and that's okay, right?
Yeah.
Because in the first play, that it's a little bit overwhelming in the current version, right? Like it really helped that we knew what you were making and had played it before, right? And I think you might want to have, like I said, like 10 seconds in the beginning that kind of like eases new players into it, or you're gonna have to have a longer orientation. It's like, welcome to your submarine. These are the different parts of your station, and that's gonna. I mean, it just depends on whether you're gonna say that like 50 times.
Well,
in
and
one
for
evening.
jury, one thing you might do is like have a little printout for each roll, and be like, this is your icon. You steer. Your job is to do this. And like, this is what you have. You have 4 pieces of ammo. Right. Watch your ammo. If you run out, it'll take time to recharge.
Right. If you're smart, you can put them in color-coded folding folders, right? So you're like, Captain, here's your roll, and you like open it up, and then you read it, and it's not like.
Well, the challenge would be like, do you take them away from people? Because we had this with the other teams. Like, do I hold on to it while I'm like in the game?
You need to figure out what place for it. Or you could have a little manila folder glued onto here that you stick it back into, right?
But yeah, it's just a little bit of like the getting jury members into the world, and so they're ready to play it the way you want them to play it. Because there is a lot of little bits that it takes a while to learn. I think you want people to know that faster than a full playthrough.
The animal rolls are really cute. They're also confusing because they don't tell you anything about your role, right? Like the captain is just a cat. It's not like a cat with a captain's hat and an eye patch. You know what I mean, right? Like, so it's a little bit. There's a little bit of like overlapping symbolism here that's not necessarily all directing you towards the experience, but it is cute.
I just assume that you've reached out to Octonauts and you're waiting for official sponsorship to move it over to branded animals. Yeah. The roles don't really. It's just part of the theming. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's mostly for jury, like the clarity of, do we know what we're doing?
Yeah. I do think there's a certain sense, like if treasure is the team goal and not just the treasurer's goal, it might be nice to have the treasure number in the middle so that everybody can see. But then I don't know. I also like
treasure pile in the middle of the ship. Did anyone like notice that?
I saw that the treasure was going in the middle.
Okay.
Well, so the one thing that this world doesn't have is a goal. Right, it's just kind of like a little bit of like how far can you get in the time, and so from one playthrough where we start knowing nothing about it to we finished, we don't really know what we did. Like we're just sort of like, we did it, we ran out of time and we got whatever we got. And so a consideration is, do you want the jury to start off with, there's a leaderboard on the wall, and you're like, hey, like, come to a dive party. Test your skills against the other divers that have gone before you. But it's, I didn't feel the absence of a goal so much, but it is a little bit of like, how well did we do is a question in my head at the end. And if I'm looking at the scores, we didn't do that right. We didn't do that right. I thought we were doing okay. I don't know what the different fish do, the threats. I knew because I had one job, which was shoot things. I knew I should shoot them, but I didn't know what the consequences were if I didn't do that. And I wasn't also exploring that. I guess I'm kind of curious, what happens with the fish?
You lose gold if you get hit.
Gotcha.
And they all drop gold.
Yeah, I think I saw that they were leaving gold behind.
And then the magnet has a red light that points you towards the closest bigger treasure that's just on the map. and then actually in the captain, there's an icon on the bottom of the map where there's a boss.
Gotcha. Okay. So there's a lot in this world that you don't necessarily know.
I mean, you could get some of this around by just like theming the space when you're running it, right? You can have treasure map on the wall, and you have like boss battle arrow. You know what I mean? There's things you can imply that will help people out so that they don't feel like they're having to take in all of the information all at the same time from the same source.
I think I would just use the introduction where you're talking to jury, bringing them into the space to help give them some of these goals and strength. But yeah, it's pretty compelling. We created our own drama, which is really nice.
By trapping ourselves.
Yeah. And yeah, it was a good experience. And it felt, in terms of length, actually it felt okay.
I think it felt about right.
Yeah.
With the boss battle, it would feel better. I'm just saying.
Is it possible to play the game because I just walk into the room with no idea how this game goes on? Is it possible to do?
Yeah, let's do it one more time and see if we can get to the boss battle. Yeah.
Let's switch roles.
Okay.
Can I still play the? Oh,
fight or
yeah.
So we want to drive.
You play. Go play.
I'll drive. You go, Captain. Yeah.
Okay. Just pay attention to the mini map over there on the side. It's really helpful.
The mini map is really important.
Let's speed run to the boss.
Speed run the boss.
Speed run the boss. Here we go. There we go.
We can hold the button and stop the fish. Stop the submarine.
Head towards the giant octopus thing.
Yeah. Stop. Get down here. Use the light stuff. Yeah. Wait, why did it stop? It has a cooldown. It has a recharge time for the light.
Where we go? Is there
Treasure over there.
Treasure!
Okay. Alright. Okay, Captain, take us down.
Down. Oh, there's treasure this way.
That's the part that's confusing.
Where's the treasure? Mr. Caps?
I'm working on it. Sorry, I'm stuck behind here.
Do we have to pull this ship out of the way?
Yeah.
We get around it now?
Come on, Magni, you gotta give us that treasure.
I was born on the ship. Alright, we gotta
Push it back in the hole. Go down. See if you can stick speed fish.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, sharp left.
Crab.
I'm not worried about the crab, I'm worried about the boss. But there's a swordfish behind us.
Octopus! There's a swordfish behind us.
Why is that?
Standing there.
There you go.
You saved it.
Where's this giant pile of treasure that we get? That's all we get?
There's more.
There's more? Keep going deep. I'm trying. There we go. Our treasure, no treasure and no octopus fight.
This isn't the same though. She's at the end. At the restart. Well, our boss might be a little
Crab. If you do the boss first, it's kind of anticlimactic, right? Too fast. This is where we started, right?
Maybe we're getting lighter.
Go into the corner, sometimes there's treasure.
This thing is so
I gotta move this bar beam. Come on, coordinate. Captain, you gotta pull this away from it slowly. As the magnet is grabbing it. It's a little
Usually it's stuck.
Okay, drive into it, see if you can push it out of the way.
Yeah, you can go back though. We should have the cannon.
There we go, push it, push it,
to
push
bounce
it.
a little bit or something.
Push it. I think we got it on this side. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Push it out of the way, Captain. There we go. Go, go, go. Push, push. Almost. On the other side. Yeah. Good job.
Treasure, come on, treasure.
There's a scale problem going on in your character.
This is so much better this time.
That's just first, second, third.